state presented a few of the pages from the actual manuals
Nothing
themselves.
from the manual. The only thing that I have is what I've created that shows he testified about officer presence, verbal commands, control techniques, aggressive response techniques, intermediate weapons, and weapons retention.
Okay. And this, what is that? Is that something you put together, or is that actually come
Yeah,
from his
I've
records?
clipped it and cut it from things that I found.
Well, what's behind it is an orange thing that has physical fitness standards and search incident to arrest behind it. So, and it says objectives completed. Travis McMichael never testified to any
Yeah, he
of
did.
those things.
Testified to his training and that he did
And-
these things.
And what's the thing at the top, Your Honor? We have Maritime Law Enforcement Academy Student Profile Report. That wasn't tendered in, and then we've got that next to it.
Well,
For official use only?
yeah, I just intend to talk about the course that he took, the courses that he took that he testified to.
No, there's more to it. I mean, that says it's a student profile report. That was not testified to. That was not tendered in. Lost it. Yeah, I don't have any problem with an argument about what he testified to, but once we start getting into what the curriculum was or an individual report,
All right, how's that?
that works a lot
And I just
better.
have this.
Can
This
you
is-
go back to
Oh, sure.
Go, just digest it.
State objects to the heading on that, since it attempts to have a photo of something that was never testified to.
What's the heading?
It has an image of some Coast Guard thing.
It's where he went to school. He testified to it. What is so objectionable about that? Bob, Mr. Rubin showed it in his opening statement. It's a little
Yes.
silly.
The defense,
He
the
testified where he went to
prosecution
school.
is
He testified
already
to what he did
closed
in the training, and he testified to his rank, which I think
They're
is actually the other
objecting
thing that's shown on there.
to some stuff that the that the defense wants to talk about, or they're objecting to them showing it in their closing.
Okay, I don't. The objection is, I guess, granted in part. As that slide has been amended.
So we're about to get the good close, the defense close. That's going to be the one that's like
That
full of
This
shit.
is what
part of
he
the
testified
argument.
to. Yeah, this is just part of
that's,
argument.
he's talked about.
And then there's the Satilla Shores
But
neighborhood
please back
sign.
up one more.
What was the right?
This is his testimony at trial.
Yo,
Well,
Bitcoin, I
wait a
see you,
second.
man. Appreciate you, dude.
Handwritten notes
First,
by the attorney
Brian
as to
Nussbaum.
testimony at trial. We're going to show those to the jury.
morning.
Of course we are.
Real
I wrote
Brother
them right in
32,
front of
good
him as he
morning.
was
Salute,
testifying.
brother.
This isn't appropriate to get this deep into my presentation. These are the notes that I took at trial. The same way that I can show this one, Judge.
Well, those are your notes.
Yes, based on his testimony. I did it in front of the jury.
Can I get
Just like I
started
did
first?
this one.
Can I start the screen first? Is that
I can
cool?
put my notes up.
They're just what you're referring to.
Yeah, I'm saying
So-
you saw him testify.
So the unfortunate thing is when everyone's just talking as I'm working through things, I can't think it through.
Right.
So what you are using the slide to show is what his testimony was at the time.
what's up, man?
The state has chosen to type it up.
Gotta be quiet.
They've decided to type up what was said. You heard Greg McMichael say, you heard Travis McMichael say. This is my notes as I was writing, as he was talking in front of the jury with the state present during trial. I do this
Yo, Nathan, good morning.
because it captures what's said on the stand in a visual way and the jury can understand it. I don't see what the objection is. The state can talk about and type up, but I can't show what I wrote down during the testimony. That doesn't make any sense.
I understand now what that was. I did not, and I agree, Mr. Sheffield did write those things down on the big piece of paper. If he chooses now to show it this way, the state's okay with that.
Okay?
The problem becomes the next photo of Satilla Shores. No one testified to that photo.
Really objecting that Satilla Shores is a neighborhood with a neighborhood sign out front? What's so objectionable about that? It's just a chapter heading of what I'm going to be presenting.
Judge, my fear here is just that I'm going to have to object to every single slide when it comes up where no one's testified to it or contains information no one testified to.
Well, and I think we've just seen a number of things. The state has a continuing objection then to the Satilla Shores sign. I understand that's not in evidence, but it's the sign itself. And if it's simply being used as indicated as sort of a
Should we
chapter
ban this
marker,
guy?
then I'll permit the defense
I
to
think I'm
use
gonna
that.
ban him.
What the changes that have been made now to the slide that showed the training,
go.
what I understand now is limited to what was actually testified to.
Bay.
And it will be referred to that way as opposed to here's the manual or here's what the Coast Guard instructed him. I won't limit you on exactly how you can present that, but as long as it's not a presentation as if it was evidence separate from testimony that was provided by Mr. McMichael from the witness stand.
Ban.
And the use of force continuum is just what you're using to demonstrate the argument as opposed to relying on that as a training device or something that was actually presented in training. Okay.
So Judge, I'm just asking for a little direction from the court. These are just the first couple, so if there's some photos that no one's ever testified to that are in this, I'm going to object. If there are other things, like for instance, if there's a picture of the neighborhood and somehow they've marked every time a 911 call came in, no one testified to all the 911 calls in the neighborhood, but there may be a graphic that shows all of that. If such graphic exists, I'm not saying it does, I don't know what kind of graphic Mr. Sheffield's going to be, I'm going to object. And if this happens more than twice within this PowerPoint, I'm going to ask that we stop, unfortunately, and go through every single slide, because at that point I'm going to be up here objecting constantly to his closing because it contains things that were never testified to and no evidence was presented at trial because of it. That is my concern.
I have a slide of the neighborhood that I created, that I put little circles on, and I put things on it that are representative of the testimony of Officer Rash and the GBI and going door to door and neighbors who have been complaining about things. I'm not going to say the neighbor at this address called 911 on this date or that date. It's argument. It's demonstrative of my argument.
Good morning,
I
everybody.
don't see any basis for the state to object.
I wish we could
I
just
don't
get in
have
the
anything
closing
against it.
argument.
It's a
I didn't know this was going to last so long. I didn't know
understand the
they were
issue.
going to do this
I
at all,
understand.
actually.
Thank
Oh,
you,
we were
Judge.
just going to go right into the closing. But whatever.
Yeah. Okay.
Ready to go?
State wants to object and do it, that's fine. We'll just deal with it as it comes, I guess.
All right, well,
I don't think it's objectionable.
Flash drive of TikTok videos. Juror 219.
let's take care of that.
We can do that later. Just want you to let, it's available.
Okay, let's go get the panel.
Yeah, y'all keep Gino fasting your thoughts and prayers. He's going through some shit right now. Pretty heavy shit.
Is it on?
I don't know if she wants me sharing it with this stream or not. Maybe if you have your, if
like
you
the
have
courtrooms
her
in Chatham
personal
County, we will all
info,
be
maybe you hit her up.
By the time we get to about 3 o'clock this afternoon,
I
I guess
actually
we're
got
ready to see.
fucking busy this morning.
Yes.
I'm gonna hit her up right now.
See if you get what you wish for. All right. I just felt a breeze. Yeah, should be. It's coming. I can feel it here already. Okay. Without further ado, let's go ahead and get the panel.
Judge, I would think invite the jury to sit if they want to. Invite the jury to sit here rather than there if they want to. We have 14 seats plus one chair.
I've spoken with the jury a number of times about where they're comfortable seating.
She's pretty much going through
In fact, one of them's
the hardest
moved
thing someone can go through in
intentionally.
line.
So let's not
yeah, just keep that in
move
mind.
everybody around. Now, I will ask them if they can all see the screen, but it looks like it's high.
One of the
enough. It
hardest
should be
things
fine.
someone can go through.
Across the stage.
All rise for adjournment.
I will ask just to make sure that.
Thanks.
Would you say
Thanks,
that-
Carol. Thanks, everybody.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Sheffield brought up something just before you came in. We're going to be using this large screen for the defense's closing arguments. I just want to make sure, because we've had a little bit of movement around in the jury box, that everybody can see and that everybody's comfortable where they are. If you need to move, there's at least one seat in the jury box. We can move folks over if they want. But if you're comfortable where you are, that's fine too. With that, Mr. Sheffield.
These are the good old boys that shot
Responsibility
a black jogger. This is the
following
jogger
the
case.
law
Okay.
will always be intertwined with heartache and tragedy. This case is about three things. It's about watching, it's about waiting, it's about believing. Travis McMichael spent almost a decade of his life learning about duty and responsibility. He received extensive training on how to make decisions that would ultimately impact his beliefs as a petty officer in the Coast Guard, as a boarding officer in the Coast Guard, into some of the most treacherous waters extending some 200 miles off the coast of the United States. He trained relentlessly about his duty and his responsibility. Even after active service and then coming into smaller communities and working in the Coast Guard, he trained weekly, sometimes daily, on what the law provided that he do, what his responsibilities were, how he would make decisions in critical moments of policing and in critical moments of rescue. These teachings were burned within his brain to the point of muscle memory so that he could perform his duty and his responsibility to his country and his community. He talked to you about officer presence and how he trained for officer presence. He talked with you about verbal commands and how he would use verbal commands to try to police or to try to calm or to try to de-escalate situations. He talked with you about control techniques and the things that he would have to use to get control from those persons who he was investigating. Aggressive response techniques, something that he never had to use on his job, but something that he trained weekly, every Friday with the red man suit. And he talked with you also about intermediate weapons, weapons retention, and the use of deadly force. Travis spent a long time going through these things in his testimony. If you recall, I was writing feverishly as he was testifying so that I could capture what it was that he had to share with us about these things. And it includes what gave him the right to search, examine, arrest, seize, inspect, inquire. He talked with you about the level of suspicion by a reasonable and prudent person given the overall circumstances to believe that crime has been committed. Probable cause. He spoke with you about the use of force continuum. He talked with you about de-escalation and how de-escalation was always the goal. He talked with you about leaps. Listen, empathize, ask questions, paraphrase, summarize. Why? So that you could gain understanding, so that you could continue to investigate, de-escalate, learn what's going on, and figure it out. And he talked also about weapon retention and using a weapon, if it had to come to that, to de-escalate a situation. When Travis moved back home
He just doesn't
to
do anything.
Satella Shores, he did so with his 3-year-old son, Everett. He moved in with his mother,
Alright. I'm gonna turn all that shit off then.
and then eventually his sister joined them in the home. You've heard about Satella Shores from several witnesses
There,
who
you can
came to
join
talk
now.
to you about what they were experiencing in this once idyllic neighborhood. A neighborhood that was once a place where elderly would walk at night, kids would play after dark. But over time, how that began to lessen. And Travis began to notice it, among others, about how things in the neighborhood started to change. From learning that the GBI went around, to learning that Officer Rash went around, to what was being posted on Facebook, to hearing from witnesses on the stand, to hearing Rash talk about driving through the neighborhood, witnesses talking about police cars going through the neighborhood at night, shining flashlights. This neighborhood was being covered in suspicious persons, in extra watches, in neighborhood patrols, in concerned citizens. It was everywhere. It was on Facebook. An account created so neighbors could help each other. And the types of things that these neighbors would talk about to each other was about the crime that was being committed to them, to their neighbors, crime that they had seen happening across the street from them, crime that some was reported but not all. You heard a lot of people talk about, I didn't call the police because what's the point? Crime is over and the people are gone. But they told you that what was happening in their neighborhood scared them. It caused them concern. It was unsettling to imagine people lurking and sneaking around your property at night so that your cameras are going off, your doorbell camera's going off. That's frightening. One of our witnesses testified about how emotional she got because she had to tell her children, you can't go out at night anymore. And the steps that they took to protect each other, using Facebook, hey, be on the lookout. You heard Cindy Clark testify about how she offered to go get license plates on 2 separate occasions for cars coming in the neighborhood. Or how she called the police on a bunch of people that were walking into the neighborhood after their car had supposedly broken down, but it was really stolen. These are real experiences of real people who were very scared. And so they took it upon themselves to do something about it. Got cameras, call the police, notify each other, citizens watch, neighborhood watch. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that.
Jim, are you still on the server?
Even Travis himself had taken it upon himself to try to investigate one particular person that had been identified as possibly being homeless and living under the bridge. Travis explained to you that he had learned about a neighbor having her purse stolen. Of course, there were other complaints of crime in the neighborhood as well, and he thought, after boating home one afternoon and seeing what he thought was a homeless encampment under the bridge, that this could be the guy. So he finished going home. He got his dad, who is a lifetime law enforcement officer and investigator, and they went over and they drove and they walked down under the bridge. And instantly, when Travis did this, you saw evidence of his muscle memory. He talked about walking down, not holding a weapon out, not armed with the gun out. He had his gun with him just in case he needed it for protection. But he walked down to do what? Use leaps, to listen, to have a conversation. And as he walked down under the bridge, he saw a bunch of trash and a bunch of items and a machete and a man fishing. So he followed his training. He politely stepped in between the machete and the man. He said, "Hey, bud, you living down here? Everything okay?" As he's doing that, he's looking around, looking to see if that purse is there. He's looking to see if any of those other stolen items may be there. The man responded, "No, just fishing." And they left. They called the police. You have evidence of that. You heard Greg McMichael on the call with the police, non-emergency line, just saying, "Hey, we want y'all to go check out this guy under the bridge that we've called you about." State asked Travis, "Well, why don't you describe this fella for us? White, black, Asian, Hispanic?" The white guy. Called the police. He was gone by the time the police got there, and that was the end of it. But the man under the bridge, or the idea that there could be a man living under the bridge,
Did you reset
did
your
not go
password?
away. That theme and that person comes back during 2019. The real problem, as the neighbors and neighborhood of Satilla Shores were trying to figure out what was going on and who may be responsible for it, was that 220 Satilla Drive residents, a residence that had a unique type of crime going on in it, one much different from what they had been experiencing. So dark you can't even see the photograph of it. But it was the photograph of 220 Satilla Shores at night, along with the dock down by the water at night. And what all of these neighbors are going to soon become aware of is that there is a repeat offender who is coming at a time when he has absolutely no lawful reason for being there. Just to start with, on October 25th, Larry English calls the police. And we learn from Larry English that there is a man plundering around. Larry English at this time only has 2 cameras, one on the dock and one behind the house looking out in the backyard of the house. Larry English says he looks drunk or on drugs. That's concerning. Larry English identifies to the police, "I have a lot of valuables in my house. Tools, equipment, things of that nature. Never seen this gentleman before and it doesn't look good." Police come, but there is no person that is found. What you need to understand about burglary is burglary includes any house, building, or structure which is designed or intended for occupancy for residential use. This unoccupied, unsecured construction site, which could be anything, is not the same thing as Larry English's residence that's being built. That's a term that the state continues to use, the unoccupied, unsecured construction site, which doesn't even begin to tell the story of what this is. On 11/17/2019, 2 people are seen on the video. It's a white couple that goes in and comes out. What's significant about Larry English's report, though, on 11/17 is not that the 2 people that I saw on the video tonight have stolen something. He says we had stuff stolen about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. He's now telling the police he had stuff stolen from his home. The next night, Mr. Arbery returns. At night, pitch black dark, no lights on in the house whatsoever. And this time, Larry English has put cameras inside the residence. Now, he sees and reports that Mr. Arbery is looking inside a boat. The same boat? No. No, that boat, he got there on the morning of the 18th, and he took it back to Douglas, Georgia with him. That's what he says right there at the bottom. Brought the boat back to keep from stealing electronics off of it. He is communicating this to 911. This is official. He is reporting again. We had a situation with the same guy a week and a half ago. Says it right there. He was on about 3 people's cameras. And just to emphasize, on 12/1/19, English calls the police again. He talks about somebody might be living under the bridge. That idea is still floating out there, still considering it. But again, he says, I had a bunch of stuff stolen out of the boat, which again confirms what we're talking about. And on 2 of these occasions, we have video of Mr. Arbery inside the residence. The first on the dock, and the second inside the house looking into the boat. The video ends right there. Travis McMichael has his own horrifying experience with a man that he is about to learn has just been involved in all this stuff with Larry English. He's been told some things by his mother and his father and other neighbors before this moment, but he's going to learn some things for himself on 2/11/20. On this night, Travis is driving out of the neighborhood to go get some gas. He wants to fill up so he doesn't have to get up 4 a.m. and do it. And on his way out, as he's driving down the road out of the neighborhood, he sees a man run across the street and then duck into the shadows. From this house, ducking through the shadows, through the trees, all the way across until he gets in front of this house. Travis backs his car up and splashes his headlights up on the house. The gentleman steps behind a porta potty. Travis then starts to get out because he wants to say, hey, what are you doing here? The guy comes out from behind a porta potty, lifts his shirt up, and acts like he's reaching in his pocket, and that totally freaks out Travis. Despite his training, despite his experience, it freaks him out. Travis tries to talk to him. Now, the guy never says, hey, I'm sorry, I am so sorry, I was walking my dog, or I'm so sorry, I did not mean to startle you, like any one of you would if you were out in the yard late at night. Didn't say anything, just did this. Travis got in his car, reversed out, stalled the car, but backed up and zipped home to tell his dad. As soon as his dad hears what's going on, his dad decides to go check it out. At the same time, Diego Perez has apparently been called, and he's going to check it out. They take firearms with them. Travis tells you, he said, Dad, whoa, wait a second. This guy could be armed. Wait a second. But his dad was already walking down the street. Travis gets in his truck, he backs up, he's calling 911, and he returns to the house where he puts the headlights on the house, watching, waiting, believing that this man could be dangerous, believing that his dad could now be in danger, believing that something awful could happen. So he posts up right here, lights on, and waits for the police that he himself called. And when the police arrive, he stands there and he talks to the police. And he tells them, hey, my dad's in there. Travis, why didn't you go in there? Why didn't you go in the house? He's like, I'm not going in there. I'm not going in there. When this guy did this, that was enough for me. I'm staying out here. It's a reasonable thing to do. Ultimately, Travis calls police, and we hear what he tells police instantly on the phone. We've had a string of burglaries, a lot of burglaries and break-ins. That's what he tells them. That's what's in his mind almost from the very beginning. He startled me. He reached into his pocket. I didn't know if he was armed or not. It looked like he was acting. He was. He's sneaking behind a bush. He also tells the officer he had a pistol stolen about a month ago. This is what he's saying, and you hear him breathing. He's, and the operator says, you all right, hon? Yeah, he just startled me. That's real. That's a real experience with the guy going into a house after being seen at night with headlights and reaching and then turning around and going into a house that's not his. Where is the logic in that? And Travis then stays, talks with the officer, and then sees the video and sees this gentleman just walking around the house like he didn't just get stopped, caught, and seen and had this interaction with Travis like it never happened. He's just walking around the house very calmly. And Travis feels that that is so bold and brazen to do that. It frightens him about this guy. It worries him about this guy. That's real. It's what happened. What happens next is the two officers show up and being told what they've been told, that the guy acted like he had a gun and that he went into the house, they pull out their firearms and start going through the house looking and shouting and calling with their guns out because they might need to protect themselves. Are they committing an aggravated assault when they do this? Are they committing a false imprisonment when they do this? No, they're searching, looking, and trying to apprehend whoever's in the house who may be armed. And then everybody meets outside and they talk. And this is where Travis gets the rest of the information. Aside from his own personal experience, he and his father, talking to Officer Rash, Diego Perez, Matt Albenzi, Ronnie Olson, and Brandon Gregory, the officer who also works with Glenn County Police. They talk that night. And they talk about what's been going on. And Travis gets to see the rest of the video and he's like, yep, this guy is that guy. It's all the same guy. Been break-ins, been a lot of burglaries going on. He knows that stuff's been stolen already. And they have a conversation, and you heard part of that conversation from the transcript. Rash says, well, we haven't actually seen him take it. It's because there was no camera on it. But I guarantee you, if one of you left your bag in this room, and we all went out into the hallway, and then I walked in here, and you saw me walk in here, and you never saw me leave. And when you come back in, you walk in, you go, where's my bag? Well, nobody else came in here, but Jason did, and the bag is gone. And oh, look, there's a back door. Is it reasonable to believe that I may have taken your bag? Of course it is. This is a burglary. He says, haven't seen him actually take anything? Yeah, criminal trespassing, officer arrested. Yeah, at the very least. Travis is thinking about Ahmaud Arbery. He's thinking about what must be in his mind in order for himself to try to figure some things out. Travis knows that he caught Ahmaud going into the house. He knows that. And so Ahmaud should know that Travis knows that. He knows that Ahmaud has been down on the dock, and that Ahmaud should know he's been down on the dock, that he's been on someone else's property. He's got to know that by now, Travis is thinking. He knows it's not his home or his house under construction. He knows that he's been caught sneaking around the bushes. Travis is the one that caught him. He knows that there's been a confrontation about that. He knows, he believes Mr. Arbery's got to be, this guy, this man has to understand that these things have taken place, that he had headlights on him, that somebody was trying to talk to him about why he was out after dark in front of this house and he didn't respond. If I say to one of you, hey, how are you doing? And you just look at me and you walk away, you know you've looked at me and walked away. You know that that's part of what's happened. And he still went in the house after being confronted in the dark. And then he looked around. He knows that he's in the house looking around. And eventually, that he'll be seen on the 23rd going in the house, and that people were trying to talk to him and that he's not answering anybody, any questions. And ultimately, he knows that the police are on the way. Travis knows these things must be in Mr. Arbery's mind because they were part of the very real experience that he had with him. And because of that, Travis is starting to believe and expect certain things in return. Obvious, ordinary, natural things that should happen in return. To constitute the offense of burglary, it's not necessary that a break-in happen, that something gets broken. If you recall, all the questions by the state of the witnesses, well, was anything broken? Was a window broken? Was a door broken? That's not what's required for the law. Those questions are meaningless and they are red herrings. Nothing has to be broken. You just have to break the plane of the structure to constitute a burglary. Then, you don't have to show that an actual theft had been committed. Nothing actually has to be stolen. You just have to enter with the intent to steal something. Where do we derive a person's intent to steal something from a house? Well, they certainly go into a house that isn't theirs, that contains valuables, and they do it at a time when they shouldn't be doing it, and under circumstances that are very problematic, including running from other people who see you. Lastly, Larry English's deposition. Mr. English couldn't be here, he's very sick. Watching a lot of deposition is a hard thing to do. But the basics of this deposition: you made your neighbors aware, the ones that we've mentioned, Al Benzie, Greg, Ronnie Olson, you made these guys aware that you had stuff stolen out of your boat. Yes, and in fact, you wanted your neighbors to help you catch the guy. Yes, Diego. I wanted Diego to catch this guy. You never told them at any point, hey guys, I'm sorry, it wasn't stolen when it was at my house. It was stolen when it was off property. You never told them that, did you, Mr. English? Never told them that. You never announced it on Facebook. You never announced it on Next Door Neighbor. You never corrected what you now say is it was stolen off-site somewhere. You never told your neighbors that, and he says no. So then, therefore, Mr. English, to your knowledge, they were left with the impression that stuff had been stolen from your boat at 220 Satilla. I guess so. What was Ahmaud Arbery doing in Satilla Shores from October 2019 to February 2020? There is no evidence that Ahmaud Arbery ever jogged or exercised in Satilla Shores. Not one friend, Not one family member, not one eyewitness, even Rash going door to door. There is no evidence whatsoever that Satilla Shores was a place of exercise and jogging for Ahmaud Arbery. Officer Rash testified that by December 19, he knew Larry had a cooler stolen, electronic equipment stolen from the offshore boat while it was parked in the RV garage. And Bob said, that's a burglary. A burglary had been committed in this residence. And he said, that's right. But it was never reported. Like, we didn't have a report about it, so I didn't really investigate it. But that is a burglary, and he has admitted that to you as well. February 23rd. Mr. Olson's surveillance camera shows that Mr. Arbery walked into the neighborhood. Didn't run. He then stood in the yard and put his hands on his hips, looked around like this, and then went into the residence. Ahmaud Arbery was doing work in his yard, and he saw this gentleman who resembled the gentleman who had committed what they thought was a burglary in that residence. He shut down the work that he was doing, put a gun in his pocket, grabbed his cell phone, and he walked all the way up the street to the corner where Jones meets Satilla, where he keeps his mailbox. And he stood there right next to this tree, and he called 911. At some point in the video, when you see Mr. Arbery run out, you'll see he passes right through the window. And Mr. Albenzi is standing right there on the phone calling the police. His behavior then changes. Instantly, Mr. Arbery is at a full sprint, running into the neighborhood. Running into the neighborhood. Which the state is going to infer means he's going on his regular job. But no, because running out of the neighborhood is a problem. It's a problem now because there's a guy standing there on the phone looking at you back in the same residence that you've been caught in now 3 times. Caught meaning on camera, and police coming and searching with lights, and Travis McMichael, and to return to that house in the middle of the day like that after being run off. Imagine going to visit a house under normal circumstances. Oh, this house looks like one we might want to buy. I'm going to go in there. Then somebody comes up to you with headlights and tries to stop you from going into the house and confronts you about it. Are you literally ever going to go back to that house again? It is unreasonable to think that he's going back there for some lawful purpose after being run out of there 3 times before. So he doesn't run out of either of the entrances to go back across the street where he lives. He runs deep into the neighborhood. Someone has called the police. Now, Travis has told you, nothing has erased from his mind about this individual in the 2 weeks between February 11th and February 23rd. It's all still there. And while he's sitting in his home, his dad comes running in the house and says, the guy who's been breaking in down the street is back. He's running past. Get your gun. Travis and his dad carry their firearms for protection wherever they go. That's what they do. The law allows them to do it. They have permits to do it. Travis testified he had a concealed permit at one point. The law allows this behavior. Travis comes out to the street. He looks down the street, right across. Here he is at 2:30. He comes out here. Mr. Arbery has already run past. He comes out here. He looks down the street from where the house is and sees Mr. Matt Albenzi, who is walking towards him, and eventually, after a couple houses, goes like this and points down the street. It is reasonable to conclude that based on what his dad said, who just came running in the house, the guy's back who's broken in, to come outside and look and see Mr. Albenzi, who he knows, who he's talked with, who he shared thoughts and feelings about the person breaking in the house, is now saying, go that way. The guy is back. To get in his car and go. You cannot act on the unsupported statements of others. The state has characterized that, which is an accurate statement of the law, as Travis's mom. Are you kidding? After all that we have seen, after all that he has experienced, after all the conversation that he's had, after all the videos that he's seen, after what he experienced himself, that he's just going off of what his mommy told him? This is what the state wants you to do something about. This is what they're trying to inject into this case, knowing, despite that Travis has called the police on the white man under the bridge, knowing that Travis called the police on a carjacker or told his police friends when he was in the Coast Guard and a report was made about the white guy that tried to rob his truck, knowing that Travis called the police about his gun being stolen and readily admits, I don't know who stole it, knowing that Travis called the police on the 11th of February. They want to try to reduce this case down to this statement, which is not true. Travis had all of this. His reading Facebook, everything going on at Larry English's house, knowing about what was happening in Satilla Shores, speaking with everybody on the 11th, his own experience, Albenzi signaling, Officer Rash and Matt Albenzi. This is what he carried with him when he left his driveway that day. Reasonable and probable grounds of suspicion. Reasonable and probable grounds of suspicion. Facts and circumstances to warrant a prudent person, one taking care to understand the truth, in believing that the suspect has committed the offense of burglary. Travis believes he's committed the offense of burglary. The facts necessary to establish probable cause for arrest are less than those required to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. It's more than suspicion or possibility. It's got to be a probability, probably. And he said, I had a probability. There was a probability that this was the guy who did it, and here's why I think he did it. And I wrote down every one of the things that we talked about as he testified. I wrote them all down, and they are all encapsulated in that slide that I just told you. This is where the duty and responsibility in following the law becomes intertwined with heartache and tragedy. Because you do have the right to perform a citizen's arrest. You do have the right to have a firearm when you make an arrest. You do have the right to stop a person and to hold them and detain them for the police. And there is risk with that. And there are tragic consequences that can come from that. And we can all sit here right now and say what the state has said from the very beginning and what Travis himself recognizes. If he had only stayed home that day, if he had just sat on the couch and fallen asleep with his kid that day, Travis told you it's not a day that doesn't go by that he doesn't think that exact same thing. But the law allows the citizens to make a citizen's arrest. And if doing so properly, it is the reason for the actions that follow. Here, you talk about an offense being committed in his presence or when his immediate knowledge. What could be more immediate than February 11th? What could be more immediate than seeing the videos of him in the house and talking with police officers and other people including hearing from Larry English through others that he actually had stuff stolen from his property. An offense has been committed, and he knows about it. He's seen everything other than the hand on the equipment that was stolen. If it's a felony and the offender is escaping or attempting to escape, then you can arrest him upon reasonable and probable grounds of suspicion, probable cause. Travis said many, many times it was the totality of the circumstances. That's his Coast Guard brain. That's his Coast Guard brain saying everything that I knew gave me the belief that a crime had been committed. Escape. Private citizen's warrant arrest must occur immediately after the perpetration of the offense, or, in the case of felonies, during escape. Not every person is arrested at the moment they commit a crime. Not every person is arrested by police, because sometimes the police don't get there in time. But if they learn about the person and they have information about the person, escape can happen anytime. Escape can happen later. It doesn't have to happen right at the same time the crime is committed. There's no law that says that. There's no time limit imposed. The police would never be able to arrest anybody. And a citizen is in the same shoes as an officer when it comes to citizen's arrest. So, Travis, leaving his house, decides he's going to follow. That's what he does. He pulls out after his dad crammed into the front seat with the kid seat there, and he follows. And he watches. And he pulls up next to this gentleman. No gun is raised. No violence is ensued. He doesn't get out of the car. He doesn't tackle him. He doesn't do anything. He does what a reasonably prudent person would do. He does what his training has taught him to do, to use leaps. And he says, hey, man, what's going on? Can you stop for a second? Please, I just want to talk to you for a second. There is no violence. If Travis wanted violence against this man, if Travis wanted to hurt him or commit an aggravated assault or commit a false imprisonment, he could have done it right then and there. He doesn't. He talks to him. Mr. Arbery looks him in the eyes, doesn't say a word, doesn't have to, but that's information for Travis. Is it so offensive to pull up next to somebody and say, hey man, can you stop for a second? I want to talk to you. Just for a minute. Hold on a second. Is that so offensive? So, he stops. He starts to go back one way. Travis backs up alongside of him, 3 feet away, not pulling in front of him, not pulling behind him, just tries to talk to him. And Mr. Arbery takes off running down the street. And Travis watches him. There he goes. Doesn't take a gun out and shoot him in the back. Doesn't take a gun out and commit an aggravated assault. Doesn't take a gun and try to kill him. Doesn't try to hit him with his truck. He watches him. Watching. So, he pulls up next to him. And he stops again. He says, hey, hold on a second. We just want to talk to you for a minute. Something's going on back there. We want to know what's going on. He's not saying to the guy, I don't know what's been going on in this neighborhood. To do that would do what? It would escalate the situation. So he just says, we want to know what's going on back there. Why is that guy pointing at you? Why is he doing that? Mr. Arbery stops. He looks him dead in the eyes, doesn't say a word, and Travis just says, we want you to stay right here. We're calling the cops. Call the cops. Call the cops. And Mr. Arbery bolts. Now, on the subject of police, Travis told you. Got in the car with my dad. I said, Dad, are the cops coming? Yeah, go this way, go this way. It's very clear. He says he asked his father about the cops being called. They call the cops all the time. This is not like it's a new thing for the McMichaels to call the police. Here, when they say call the cops, now he bolts. And it's on that bolting that Travis thinks this guy knows he's caught. He knows he's caught. Because he's bolting. He's looked at me. He won't talk to me. That's odd. I'm not talking to him in a too aggressive of a way. And he bolts. And Travis stays right where he is. And he watches. He watches what happens between this truck. He has no clue who this black truck is. In terms of evidence, there is no evidence of any communication between these people, any cooperation between these two people, no help, no assistance, no encouraging, nothing. So he sees this truck and he tells you it's one of a couple things. It's either the guy from up at 220, or it's his buddy, maybe trying to give him a lift, or now that I'm watching him, he's being very aggressive against this truck. He's watching it from 200 feet away, but he's thinking this guy's being really aggressive. There's something off with this guy. His dad says, Travis, go. Dad gets out of the car, climbs in the back of the truck with his rebuilt hip and his medical issues. Travis watches him get in, looks down the street, sees this, takes his gun off the floorboard, puts it up on the bench seat. His dad says, go, get down the street. Travis says, no, I'm not going back that way. Something's off with this guy. I'm not going into that. Well, if he wanted to go commit an aggravated assault, if he wanted to go do a false imprisonment, if he wanted to end the life of somebody, whether it's murder or felony murder, there's another chance. But he doesn't. He just watches. And then he says, I'm going to drive around. The judge is going to charge you on hijacking a motor vehicle. A person commits the crime of hijacking a motor vehicle in the second degree when such person obtains a motor vehicle from an individual without his or her consent. Travis is watching this gentleman try to get in the car in an aggressive way, and he thinks that does not look good. Whether he thinks to himself that's a hijacking or not, it doesn't look good. It looks dangerous. Travis also told you that when he came face to face with Miss Arbery, even though he didn't speak, he looked very angry, he looked very upset, clenching his teeth, but not saying a word. These are the notes I took about it, right in front of you guys. Just wrote it down as he was talking. Stop, please stop. Mad, clenched teeth. It was very unexpected. What's going on? I want to talk to you. What's going on? Police are on the way. And then his dad says, go back. He says, I am not going back there. I'll go from Beaufort around to Holmes. And that's what he does. He drives around. Now, his dad's in the back of the truck. His dad is old and infirm. He's sitting on this bench in the back of the truck. Travis says he's going with his foot on the brake pretty much 3 or 4 miles an hour. Drives all the way around thinking, I'm not going to go back into this mess down here. I'll drive around. And when he drives around, you've now learned about this dog leg. That black line essentially is the dog leg. You can't see past it. Travis tells you the first thing he sees is Mr. Arbery doing a U-turn right there at the crest of that turn. What does he do? He watches. Does he drive at him? No. Does he try to tackle him? No. Does he put a shotgun at him? No. Does he yell at him? No. He's trying to continue to assess the situation in a reasonable, prudent fashion. Then he drives across the dog leg, comes all the way to the end of the street, and he sees Mr. Arbery again with this truck. Again, with this truck, tangled up with this truck. And what looks like, again, aggression at the truck. So Travis stops. He stops. He's thinking to himself, why is this guy not running through this open yard? This is Satilla right here. This is Holmes. This is where he sees the truck. What is with it that this guy's not going this way? And who is that truck? What's happening? Instead, they both run around Travis, back up around the dog leg. So Travis says, okay, I'm watching, I'm looking, I'm going to pull forward, stop in my car at the end of the street, and I'm just going to take up a spot right here. I'm going to take up a spot here. I know that he's currently not over here. I know he's not behind me. I can see my house right there. I can see up Satilla Drive, and I'm looking up Holmes. I'm just going to take up residence right here, and I'm going to watch to see what happens next. Because maybe this guy will come back, and we can stop him, or maybe he'll just keep running that way. Maybe he'll keep running that way, and I can tell the police, I'm pretty sure he's not this way. Pretty sure he's not over here. He's not there. He's headed that way. What he doesn't know is that Mr. Arbery is turning around up on the other side of the dog leg. And this is where our video picks up with Roddy Bryant. By now, it should be clear. Travis doesn't even know where Roddy Bryant is. To say that Roddy Bryant's turn up there and to follow him back, Travis has no idea what's happening behind the blind side of that curve. And still doesn't know who this truck is and why this gentleman is interacting with it in the way that he is. But this is what's happening unbeknownst to Travis. Mr. Arbery turns around and you get a quick glimpse of what's up the street, and it isn't Travis McMichael's truck. It isn't there. It's because it's all the way back down Holmes near Satilla. The state is going to play the recording that you've heard of Mr. Bryan turning, driving and revving and doing all this stuff. This will be the third interaction that Mr. Arbery will have coming at this truck. And Mr. Bryan is freaked out, to say the least. So freaked out, he drops his phone. This is where the phone drops and goes pitch black for about a minute. And in this time, you'll hear sounds. You'll hear engine noise. You'll hear turning. You'll hear shifting. You'll hear seat belts clanking. You'll hear the three-point turn eventually. He says, well, you know what? I'm going to head back that way. But what you don't hear on that phone, even after audio enhancement, even after any kind of working with audio specialists and digital specialists, you'll never, ever hear any yelling and no communication between Travis or Greg. The state wants you to think that it's at this moment Greg McMichael drives by and says, I'm going to blow your GD head off. Well, if he said it, you'd have heard it. It'd been on that telephone and they'd have played it for you. It ain't there. So, Roddy Bryant is all the way up.
What's up, Kelly?
This blue mailbox down here, a little closer up picture, is where Mr. Arbery turns around. This is the demonstration video with Seacrest, and this is Mr. Bryant's actual video. This is how far up the road he is. This is the minute that he's been with his phone down on the floor. And in this minute, 2 times Mr. Arbery is going to run towards Travis. First time, turn around and go back. And the second time, he'll turn around and go back. And that's where that video will pick him up, on the second time. So, the first time, Ahmaud Arbery comes across that dog leg. He's coming at Travis. At this moment, he's looking into Travis's eyes, and he's coming at him, and ultimately is going to get within 10 feet of him running, while Travis is saying, stop, do not come any closer, stop right there, stop. No gun in his hand, just saying, stop, do not come any closer. Now at this moment, Travis has already had his experience, obviously, where he reached for the gun before, where he was acting bold. He's not going to forget that. He's not going to forget that he just saw what looked like attacking this truck, acting violent, being bold. And none of what he experienced that day will be forgotten. Trying to talk to him. We want to talk to you. What's going on? We've called the police. And noting that he's not acting right, something is off, and Dad's saying go back there, and he said, no way, I'm not going back to that. But now, he's running at Travis. We have proof that he was on that truck because his palm print is right there, and it's consistent with a right thumbprint right there. That's just one piece of proof that his hands were on the door that supports Travis's belief that he was trying to get into that truck. And here he comes. And Travis finally takes a stand and says, do not come any closer to me. Ultimately, Travis, when he gets about 10 feet, reaches into the truck like this, and that's what causes Mr. Arbery to turn. And he runs all the way back. Travis testified, I ran to him for about 10 yards. I don't know, because my main concern is this guy's got a gun. I'm trying to avoid the whole situation from happening. So he watches him. There's 2 options here. There's watching him until the police arrive and giving directions, and there's also stopping him. But he's not going to chase him to stop him. but he is going to try to stop him and detain him, especially when he's coming at him. So he watches, again, taking up, looking out, trying to be ready. And by the way, where are the police? Where are they? They should be here by now. That's what he says to his dad. Where the heck are the police? Did you call the police? No, I don't have my cell phone on me. He's like, what? Dad, God, dials the number, gives it, listens, gives it to him. Again, it's what they do. They call the police. And now Ahmaud is coming back for the second time. Travis felt, and it was through rehabilitation on redirect examination that we learned during his interview with Nohili, he was telling Nohili the same things. There's something not there. This gentleman is not connecting it up. Something's not right. I'm telling him to quit, stop coming at me. I see where it's going. The second time around, I see where this is going. And by the way he was acting prior to, I don't know if he had a weapon on him. An aggravated assault, by the way, is a felony that can be committed by the use of fists. The threat of the use of a dangerous object or weapon. The threat of it. The intent to use your fist to create serious bodily injury. Fists are that weapon. And right now, as Ahmaud Arbery is running toward Travis McMichael, he could have a gun, and he definitely has fists. And he's coming straight at him after being told the first time to stop and turn around, and didn't do it until Travis had to reach inside his car. That has now put him on alert. The second time that Mr. Arbery comes down the street, Travis says he gets 30 to 40 feet from him. He's afraid that he will be on him in a matter of seconds. He is afraid that he will beat him with his fist or whatever weapon he might have. And he's scared. And so he's done what he thinks the law allows him to do, which is to try to de-escalate that approach by showing force. Showing force necessary to prevent Travis himself or his father from getting beaten and possibly killed. And so he raises the gun. And he does it to defend himself, to protect himself. They call it the 21-foot rule. So he was a little early. He was at 30 to 40. But he did it because he was afraid. And what happens is it causes a reaction from Ahmaud. He changes from the left side of the road to the right, but then he starts coming back at Travis across the road again, and then gets even closer. He starts on the left. It causes him to change, but then he comes back again. Once the gun is down, he comes back again and changes to the left side of the road, and now we see him going back over toward the right. Now, Travis, this is his truck looking down on it. Travis is here, originally in the door jamb, but he told you, as Mr. Arbery came closer, he did this and made him change direction. Now he's coming, he's wavering on the road, and so Travis is walking away. He's backing up. He's not charging at him. He's backing up to try to create space and distance. He has this gun here, and he is literally watching him. We see his foot plant right there, and Travis is thinking to himself, please turn, please turn, please turn. That's what he told y'all. That's what he told Nohili. Please turn into this yard. Please don't come at me. I am backing up. I'm just trying to keep an eye to make sure. Please don't come at me. And as he comes around to the far side of the truck, he can't see him. He's backed up over here, but so he's stepped up over here to try to get a look at what's happening because he's afraid that Mr. Arbery is going to be down or finally go for the gun or seek cover or something. Please turn, please turn. Please go off into this yard. He never, ever, when he left his driveway that day, thought that things would end this way. Not ever. He told us, I'm on the left side of my truck, I'm waiting for him to get by. He told us, if he would have run by me, no problem. I was giving him the opportunity to run by me. Travis doesn't have a duty to retreat. He's allowed to stay where he thinks he is lawfully allowed to be and to try to defend himself and others. And then Ahmaud takes that turn. Not this turn, but this one. And you'll see his feet come, his elbow raises, and Travis is thinking, if this guy gets a hold of my shotgun, this is not going to end well. He's going to end up with the shotgun and kill me. Travis is thinking, my son. Ahmaud comes around, squares up, and you will see Travis's head is right there. His head never comes past that seat post. But you will see Ahmaud come across to Travis, and the first shot happens right over here. You can watch up top as he moves across. You see the white shirt moving across in between those two headrests, and you see Travis's head never comes beyond that front end of his truck. It's all up here with the t-shirt. Right here, his head is down. He's in full charge. First shot has already happened. You can see the same movement under the truck. If you'll look here, this is the shadow. It's kind of, eventually becomes kind of circular like a stop sign. But you'll see it moving in between these wheels right here. You see it? There it is, moving back, coming forward, coming all the way across. He's charging with his feet. Travis is trying to brace himself. Is there any question that Ahmaud Arbery had his hands on this firearm? Any question at all? Travis in his interview told you, I was under shock, I was under stress, I don't know. If he had his hand on the gun, I think he did. I think he did. I think he had my shirt. I think he was punching me. Travis is in a state of disrepair. There's no question that Ahmaud's hands are on this gun. And the medical examiner from that stand told you that if Ahmaud Arbery is grabbing this gun and trying to pull it away, that as the gun gets pulled out of his hands and fired, it could fire right on that wrist and shoot into the chest and go across the body. Pull it straight out. No question. This is about this gun. Travis turns into Ahmaud, trying to use his entire body, pulls the end of the shotgun away from him, gets pushed across the road into the grass, and the second shot goes off. Here's the plume, and it's believed that it didn't hit Mr. Arbery. Travis, coming out of the grass now, trying to yank this gun from Mr. Arbery. Again, trying to yank it away from him. Ahmaud's hand still on it. Ahmaud's fist now raising. Is there any question that Ahmaud Arbery is assaulting Travis McMichael right before that third shot? Not one single bit of question. And that third shot goes off. And these two men end where they started, face to face, looking into each other's eyes. Never a word being spoken by Mr. Arbery. And it is absolutely horrific and tragic that this has happened. And again, this is where the law is intertwined with heartache and tragedy. You are allowed to defend yourself. You are allowed to use force that is likely to cause death or serious bodily injury if you believe it's necessary. At that moment, Travis believed it was necessary. This is a law that is for a person in Travis's situation. And you can do it to prevent death to yourself or a third person, or to prevent the commission of a forcible felony, like aggravated assault. Aggravated assault is a felony which can occur by use of fists. Greg McMichael with a hip replacement, heart attack, stroke, sitting in the back of that truck. Travis was afraid for him. If this was a case about wanting to murder a black jogger, if this was really a case about that, Travis would not have reacted the way he reacted. It was described to you by Brooke Perez. She talked about how totally freaked out he looked, how totally discombobulated he was, and she was right. The officer saying, just breathe, just breathe. Just take a minute, just breathe. Just calm down. I know, just hold on a second. It was from that spot to this spot within just an hour and a half of what had happened, where he would be brought for several hours of questioning. He was afraid. He was in shock. His adrenaline was still going through his body. You guys know how fear and worry works. You sat here through jury selection all day and probably felt that just by getting asked questions for an hour. Travis testified even though he didn't have to. The judge will give you the law that cloaks Travis in sort of a shield of silence. You don't have to testify. You are presumed innocent. You have the right to remain silent. The state has to prove that you did that. You don't have to get up there and testify. He did, because he wanted you to understand what happened from him. He told you about the thefts and the burglaries, the totality of the facts, why he believed what he did, that he wanted to follow him, that he wanted to talk to him, that he wanted to stop him, for the police to detain him. Don't be fooled by this word arrest. You don't have to announce you're under arrest. He told you why he raised the gun, because he was afraid that he would be on him within seconds, and the gun did exactly what he hoped it would be. It deterred him. And why ultimately he shot. The state wants to criticize Travis for testifying. I thought of this example as the state was talking about bias and prejudice. Travis is a liar. He's a liar because he has everything to gain by testifying here. He's got everything to lose by testifying. We are judgmental people. He's got 2 hours to tell you what happened, at the risk of all of you sitting in judgment of him and saying, I don't believe him. He's got everything to lose. But should he be labeled as so biased because the state indicted him for murder and brought this case to a trial where he has the right to testify if he wants to? Should we label him biased and motivated and a liar because he took the stand? How about I say to any of you, prove your name. Prove to me what your name is. I'm going to make up a name since we're not naming you and we're not identifying you. My name is Patricia. Okay, Patricia, prove your name is Patricia. Well, okay, my mother. I'll bring my mother into court. What are we going to say about your mother? Well, of course she wants to help you prove your name is Patricia because she's your mother. She loves you. She's on your side. See, that's how that works. Well, here's a piece of paper that says, here's a piece of mail that says my name is Patricia. Well, of course you bring that document, but where'd that come from? You could have doctored that up. This kind of stuff, while credibility is for you to determine, this whole assuming that somebody is biased simply because they elect to come and tell you what happened is a game. It's an unfair game. wanted to show you the law about arrest and what it says, that it doesn't require you actually announcing that you are under arrest. It's doing any seizing or taking or detaining, either by touching or by any act indicating an intention. Stop where you are, stop right now, and at the last moment, he said stop and get on the ground. Even along Holmes or Burford, stop, stop, let me talk to you, stop. He's trying to detain him. Travis could have not gotten in his car. Travis could have told his dad, "This is not going to work today, Dad. You can't sit in the baby seat. Let's just go back inside." Travis could have watched Ahmaud run down the road. He could have done everything other than what actually happened. He could have done any of that and wishes that he would have. But that does not mean that his actions on that day weren't rooted in the law that enabled him to go out there based on everything he knew to do what he did that day. Travis could have is another red herring. It's a flawed argument to take you off and to make you feel emotional about this case. That we would be here but for. Well, of course that's true. But then we could go back and say Travis wouldn't be here but for his grandparents picking his mother and father. But for is loose. That is not what we're talking about here. We're talking about probable cause, totality of circumstances, actual events. But for is some loosey-goosey, illegitimate term. You will not see it in the definition of probable cause. Travis told you, understanding that what he could have done differently that day would mean that Ahmaud Arbery was still alive. He told you. I know that. I'm going to have told somebody. And me, and him, and our families, we will never be the same. And he carries that with him every day. The murder charge, along with the felony murder charge, the intentional acts is what those are broken down to. Intentionally choosing to commit a crime that either intends to take the life of somebody or ultimately takes the life of somebody. The only time in this case where life was in danger was at the very end of Holmes, when Mr. Arbery chose to cut that turn and go all the way across the front of that truck. Every time they encounter each other on this road, 3 times in front of Roddy Bryan's house, 2 times at the end, 2 times down here. If he wanted to kill him, that's just a nonsensical argument. This was not about taking someone's life that day. Mr. Rubin mentioned to you in his opening statement about duty and responsibility. And I agree with that. Travis felt a duty and responsibility. He has felt it when he served in the Coast Guard. He's felt it to his community, and he felt it on this day, on the 23rd of February, and he felt it during this trial when he took the stand and testified. He felt it was his duty and responsibility to do that. The state, too, has a duty and responsibility. They have a responsibility to be honest with you, to incorporate all of the facts, and take on their burden. The state spent 2/3 of their opening argument saying what we were going to say. It was like 2 kids getting in trouble, and the first one that gets to the parent and says, so-and-so did something, and the parent needs to say, well, hold on a second, let's hear from the other child. They have a duty to you to prove under the law that Travis, at the time he raised that gun, was not in fear. That at the time Travis shot Mr. Arbery, as he came across the front of that car and held the gun and punched him, that he was not in fear of receiving a serious injury or death. And they have a duty to prove to you that when Travis stopped to talk to Ahmaud, that he did so to commit a felony of aggravated assault. That means every time you're walking in your neighborhood and somebody pulls up a truck next to you and says hi or hey, they've committed an aggravated assault or a false imprisonment. Where's the evidence of that? The last duty that is here is yours, and this is a very, very tough one. You all understand, and I will not belabor, the lengths that we have gone to meet you, to understand who you are, to understand your background, to understand the thoughts that you have about certain things, and the way that we communicated with each other for several hours to arrive at the point where we felt in our hearts and our minds that you all would carry the banner of the duty and the responsibility that is yours as jurors. This courtroom is sacred. It is our last place for truth. It is where we pull it from the witnesses if we have to, and we present it to you. And we ask that you hold it dear and that you accept your duty to not erode the law as you sit here and think about what the law allows a citizen to do. It is going to take courage. It's going to take courage to set aside what you think and feel, what may be trying to penetrate you from other sources that you have tried to do your best to avoid, and to focus on the bare facts of this case that have been captured on photograph and on video that have been testified to in this courtroom. It will take courage. In every count in this case, you're going to be asked to make a decision about each person accused. Travis McMichael will have his form, Greg McMichael his, and Roddy Bryant his, and you will be given the option on every one of these charges for not guilty or guilty. The evidence that's been demonstrated to you, I think, is overwhelming, but it doesn't come without hardship on you, consequence for these families. I think the evidence is clear in this case. Travis had spent 9 years in the Coast Guard, search and rescue, policing the waters, sometimes 200 feet offshore, going into situations that were very difficult, working with law enforcement, reaching out and extending his hand as firefighter, law enforcement officer combination. For the first time in his life, Travis is now in those waters. He is now the one who needs help. Our goal here has been to do everything we can to dive into those waters, to search for the truth, to pull it from the icy depths and to raise it to the surface. And we have done that. We have done that with Travis McMichael. We have carried him to the surface to you. And now the choice is yours. Will you do as he has done in the past to others? Will you reach out your hand and extend it to Travis McMichael and pull him out of those waters? I think if you've heard anything that I've said, there's only one decision. He is not guilty on all charges. I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you. Yeah, we can just go ahead. Yeah. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at a point we're going to break for lunch. We'll break for an hour. Or just a little bit under. We're going to reconvene at 1:30. Again, until all of the closing arguments have been made and you have received the final charge of the court, you are not to discuss this case amongst yourselves. So, with that instruction and all of the other instructions I've given you, enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back here at 1:30.
So rise for adjourned.
Wow. Wow. Talk to me. You say wow. Wow. He loves that toy, dude.
Meow.
They've seen it.
All right, we are in recess for lunch. We will reconvene at 1:30. Thank you, buddy.
Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, 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 wow. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Dude, I got this fucking shit's crooked. What's up with that? Get over here. That's better. I gotta get stoned to see shit straight. That's still crooked. I think that's better. I don't know. It's probably crooked now. Who knows? All right. Guilty, not guilty. What is he? What is he, man? I didn't see the prosecution's argument. Oh man. Oh, by the way, this video got age restricted on me. Both of them did overnight. The videos of the parade guy both got age restricted overnight, and then I fought one of them. I fought the really short 19-second one, and that one was removed. And now I fought the second one, the longer edit, hoping that one will also get removed. But dude, it really slows down its roll. You know, it like has this like it's going chugga 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 chugga, and then it gets that, and it's like skirp. Man, it's a bummer when that happens. Oh no, the timer's gonna restart now. Bummer. I forgot about that. Yep. I need to set that differently. So if I do that, this was still gonna reset. I was just checking something real fast. I think this is still gonna reset it. Yep. Alright. So then this. There, that doesn't reset it. Oh well, we screwed that up. Unless I make a 15-minute timer. Dude, my signal is really bad. Has it been messing up? Weird. Okay, so I need to do the same thing with 1 and 3 minutes, but it is going to be for 50-minute timer. Yep. It's gonna take me a slight second here. Here, I'll put some elevator music on. So, alright. Alright, how many seconds is 50 minutes? 3,000? I don't know. I think right. It says you have to adapt. That's what streaming is, adapting constantly. That's how life is, I guess. Whoa, the trumpet went out of the way here. Look that shit, bruh. We're gonna get copyright music. You done did it. You done did it, boy. You done did it now. I tell you what. I tell you what. Hey, what we got here? Let's see what we got here. I'm seeing what we got here. Do I remember this? It's new? Oh, it's new. This is a new Kavinsky and Cautious Play.
Summer 2019.
Nope, too gay. $18. Okay, this should be interesting. This song name is Mushrooms. The album name is Mushrooms. This guy's rapping on top of it. I'm leaving.
You're the one singing.
Who the fuck wants to listen to rap when they're on mushrooms? You're weird.
Technical support. My name is. How are you doing today? I am absolutely. I
You're
am
weird,
your worst
man.
nightmare. I am calling extension 3575 over and over and over and goddamn over again to reach.
This is
call there.
AT Aliens and Cyclops. This is actually the type of shit you'd want to listen to on mushrooms.
Wants to talk to me. She's been dealing
I've
with my
never even heard.
situation for 2 days.
Okay, I've never
now.
even heard this song, so I want to back this up because I'm gonna take it all in because they making it theatrical and whatever, so it might actually be a banger. I'm just gonna see what's going on here.
Thank you for calling technical support. My name is. How are you doing today? I am absolutely. I am your worst nightmare. I am calling extension 3575 over and over and over and goddamn over again to reach who said to call there. She wants to talk to me. She's been dealing with my situation for 2 days now. And I've been on the phone for 3 hours trying to reach her. And every time I call my goddamn number, I get you on your person. And none of you know what the fuck I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm so sorry about that, sir. Could I get the phone number in your account? Why? The last 2 people asked for the phone number, put me on hold, and never fucking came back. You people are going to get sued, and not to mention I might go ballistic and come over there with a machine gun. If you'd like, I could transfer you.
This is AT Aliens.
So you can either tell me a little bit about what's going on and I can try to help you, or I can transfer you to that phone number. Which would you prefer? You can't fucking tell that you can't help me, and you can't fucking tell that transferring me there doesn't do any good. Yeah, I'm so sorry about that, sir. Could I get the phone number in your account? Why? The last 2 people asked for the phone number, put me on hold, and never fucking came back. They can't help me.
It's called customer service.
Can you treat a customer that way? Yeah, I'm so sorry about that, sir. No, you're not. If you were sorry, you'd fucking do something.
See what goes on here might be interesting. I saw something a minute ago. Where was that? I thought there was somebody else on here. How that dude? How's Frank Zappa still coming out with new music? What's happening, dude? Dude, man, that's it. I thought there was some more stuff like that on here on the release radar. It just came out. That came out. It didn't say the date. It's a single. I'm seeing. This is AT Alien's most played track right here. Right show. I think I played on my before. Alright, let's see what's happening. Might be too heavy. This might be too heavy, dude. I just shut it down. We shut shit down. Oh shit, they're live in Waikishu right now. Christmas parade people. Check this out. Oh, my timer started over. Hey. Let's turn the 45-minute timer on. It's close enough. Look at the street. Look at the camera. They're showing up. Where's CJ? Is that CJ? Where's CJ at? Excuse me, ma'am. Have you seen CJ? I must turn their wind noise off though, because it is not lovely. It's not lovely. But this one isn't as good as the other one. I don't know why that's more played. I think it's gonna be more played than the other one. It's gonna be a banger. Look at this Cyclops dude. He was on it with him. Is this his biggest song? It was a collab with him and Cyclops. He's trying to help Cyclops' career out. I'll give it on that cloud. It's second name on a song cloud. This is his chance. He has one chance here. And how crucial this is. Alright. I better change up really soon though. I got ADHD and shit with this. It's got like 5-10 seconds to switch it up. Critical. It's critical it switches up. Okay. It's gonna have to switch up again now. And it better be thumping when it does it. There's some low end bass thump. They're gonna cool it off for a second, then they're come hard. They're gonna come super hard after cooling off to give more impact. I can see that being nice too. wish that guy wasn't yelling. Make him stop it. You didn't miss anything. Nothing ever happens here.
Yo, check this.
I wouldn't have put the dude saying anything into it. I would have felt that was something else, but I'm not a big lyrics type of guy when it comes to these music, these type of songs, electric music, electronic. Egyptian Lover. That one was cool with lyrics, so remember that one? You remember Egyptian Lover, dude? That was a badass one. This one?
Egyptian lover.
This is from 1984, by the way. By the way, 1984. This was on the radio in 1984, or 1985, I should say. It was on the radio for sure in '85. I remember being in my front yard playing in the leaf piles, and they were cleaning the van. This song was blaring, dude. This was a jam, dude. And the dude's name, the singer's name is The Egyptian Lover. Through the 90s. I remember, dude, it was in the Vice City. Like stuff like this was in the Vice City on the radio and Grand Theft Auto. Whatever happened to us having that cool, like having that? If Grand Theft Auto would have kept with having real songs on the radio, like different stations like that, and like kept it cool, I think I would have kept having respect for it. But they got weird, man. All games stopped doing that pretty much. Like, it doesn't even make sense, dude. They should have had more of that. Digital music became like a way of life that we don't have all, like, whatever. There was even this racing game that had a bunch of the PlayStation 2, I think.
The freaks are on the floor now. Dancing to beats, I compute.
Was it Connecticut? I don't know. What? No. What I can't remember what game it was. There was a game, dude, on PlayStation, one of the original PlayStations, the 1 or 2, that had actual electronic music on it, and they were known people at the time. And actually good song, like I don't know what happened with that. The music, they might be known people now, but the music's not any good oftentimes. Like Vice City had bangers on it, dude, like one-hit wonders on it. I would have thought the rights to these songs would have gotten cheaper, not more expensive. I'm an idiot though. This song's definitely about having sex, dude, because he's breathing very hard. I never noticed this before. The flying racing? It wasn't flying, but it was like you were... Wait, did I buy that thing? I think I bought it, dude. Hold up. I did. I can look real fast. I'm gonna look, dude. I bought it, so it's on the PlayStation. I got like a remastered version of it.
Egyptian lover.
Is this gonna work? Hey, it worked. That's awesome. Alright. Oh, y'all want to see what I'm looking at? Here, I'll let you see. Let's see if this will work without me having a... Why not? Oftentimes to get PlayStation to work, I have to reboot OBS. Yeah, it's not gonna see the signal. Oh, it doesn't yet. This is what it does when I don't do it correctly. It gives this weird ass. I wonder if I shut the PS4 off and then shut it back on, if that'll fix it. I never tried that. Oh shoot. So power, restart. Let's see. Oh, it's in the fork. It's in the program, I think. Oh, maybe. Dude, if this fixes it, it'll be so sweet. I'm pretty sure I haven't tried that before. Ah, whatever, bro. Alright, let's try and turn in this up one more time. Turn it back on. Where am I? Yeah, that didn't work. Oh well. It's just how it is. Weird quirk with streaming. No space, Carol. If you don't put the space, it'll work. That's how. Okay. Game library. It is called. I'm about to know. There's a lot of games in here. I try to get all the PlayStation Plus games, but I've missed out on a lot of them. You have to remember to get them every month or you just miss out on it. Wipeout. That was the name of it. Let's see if I can, is that really the name of it though? We're about to find out. I'm about to find out. Oh, downloads. Nah. Is this not the one? And now I'm starting to second guess it. The soundtrack. Oh no, this is something different, right? I think I'm looking at something different. Wipe Out the Music is something different. I'm not looking at the music from the game. Wipe Out. Well, maybe it is. Actually, it is. They might have been maybe well known to me at the time then, just because I was listening to music. I knew that they were, I don't know, I thought they were known people. Well, Vice City definitely was. These seem to have mostly been the same dude. I almost feel like I'm thinking of the wrong game at this point. This one definitely had bangers in it that were like that Anthrax, Iron Maiden, Slayer, David Lee Roth, Motley Crue, Judas Priest, Twisted Sister, Ozzy Osbourne. When's the last time we had a game that had... Look at this, here's more. Tears for Fears, Frankie Goes to Hollywood, Blondie, A Flock of Seagulls, Corey Hart sounds familiar. Sunglasses at Night was on there, yeah. Oh, there's more? There's more, dude. Foreigner, REO Speedwagon. Like, there's more. There's, wait a second. How is there more? Oh, yeah, that's right, because there were all the different radio stations on there, dude. All these different radio stations had these different songs on them. So Hall & Oates, Michael Jackson, Bryan Adams, Wang Chung, Lionel Richie, NXS, Boys Don't Cry, Yes, Grandmaster Flash, Africa Bambaataa, Run DMC. Like a lot of these you guys probably recognize, and I don't, but like, oh, there's more. There is more. More Michael Jackson, Pointer Sisters, Rick James, Kool and the Gang. That's not all, Mike. I don't really recognize any of the ones from the Radio Espantazo. That was the Spanish radio. But didn't you think that games were going to get more like this and not less like it? More so that we could like jam out to what we wanted to? Vice City was next level by having this. They were way ahead of their time, and it was almost too much. It was too much. We couldn't handle it. They couldn't let us have that. Oh, by the way, this is that guy's second most listened to song. I've never heard it. It's from the same album, though. So 1984. He was kind of a one-hit wonder. So I don't like...
Night after night I get disappointed, 'cause I'm sick and tired stars in the sky.
Dude, is it still not letting you in, Jim?
Night after night,
Discord?
I look in the mirror and wonder why a lover has to cry. Oh.
Dude, the name of this song is I Cry. And then in brackets it says night after night. Not both nights are capitalized.
I cry in the night because, girl, you're never ever with me. I know it makes no sense to cry, but this ain't the way my life should be.
It's so
In the
sad.
mornings, I go to the pond. All my friends see me walking down the street. They all know something's bothering me because my smile's so weak. Oh.
Dude, like, this is not a parody song. This thing has 1.7 million listens on Spotify. This is the Egyptian Lover guy. His name is actually the Egyptian Lover.
Night after night, I chase you down. Night after night, you disappear. It's hard for me to comprehend. What exactly do you fear? I don't wanna be alone. I don't wanna be alone, but I have no choice if I want you. You have so many friends and you're always on the phone. You make my life so blue.
Got it. Don't worry, you won't break anything, dude. You can press all the buttons you want in Discord. Or it's actually resuming way sooner than this timer. More like 20 minutes.
Night after night, I think of you. Night after night, I fantasize. If we could be alone, just us two. My Egyptian voice will hypnotize. Night after night, I dream of you. Night after night, I'm alone. Night after night, I call you. Night after night, you're never, never home.
As a regular Don Juan. Night after night, I'm looking for you. Where do you hide? We'll find you. Why do you cry? I smell you. It's like that, I don't know. They just made stalker songs in the 80s like it was okay. Oh. Every step you take, every move you make, I'll be watching you. Yeah, that one. That one. That's what I was thinking of. That's the one, dude. I need to blow my nose so bad right now. The Viagra Boys. These are the Viagra Boys. I have no idea what this is. It's a Discover Weekly song, so I've never heard of them. I don't know about this. Biden speaking. Why? He's always speaking. He's a speakaholic. The presidents are speakaholics now. I don't remember presidents talking so much before. Guess he's gonna talk about the parade thing. What up? Rick Raff's got a new song. Better be a banger.
The Neon Icon album, are you serious? It finally came out today. Are you serious, bro? Bro, crank the windows down. I'm about to shades down, bro. Bro, I don't even like rappers. This is just damn riff-raff. He's just fucking off the chain. He does damn near everything in the book. I mean, what are we gonna do about it? Bro, did you see Jennifer last night? She was like,
why is it showing me this? It's super old.
Yeah, it's like she doesn't even grow hair on her body. She's just like this tan beauty queen that just came from the Eastern Peninsula, bro. Yeah, wanna know something about my right arm? Out of flex a horse out fire alarm. The fireplace out of space.
Bro, he gets a lot of play. He looks ridiculous, but he gets a lot of women chasing him. They like his drip. Drippity drip. They like his dick drip. Sorry, that was inappropriate.
Now, get ready.
Ooh, this is interesting. This sounds like a Ahmaud Tobin.
Very slowly. Stop.
Ronnie Sides. Maybe that's what I'm thinking. Actually, I used to listen to him too. Maybe that's it.
Very slowly.
The people can't take it. They prefer pop music because they are very few gay people like this music. It's been proven, statistically proven in the Kinsey study. The Kinsey study, they did it. They've shoved this music up their urethra and see how they liked it. They did not.
Make up your mind. Decide to walk with me around the lake tonight. Around the lake tonight by my side. By my side.
Oh, I am well aware of the antiquity of this current.
I'm not gonna lie. I'll not be a gentleman.
But do you know the year? Offhand.
I'll show you my dark secret. I'm not gonna lie. I want you for mine. My blushing bride. My lover, be my lover, yeah. Don't be afraid, I didn't mean to scare you. So help me, Jesus. I can promise you, you will stay as beautiful.
94 it says. 94, 1994. This is the Toadies. The album is Rubberneck. The song is Possum Kingdom. Very obscure names and everything. None of it makes sense.
Make up your mind, and I'll promise you I will treat you well, my sweet angel. So help me, Jesus.
What drugs they were on.
Give it up to me. Give it up to me. Do you want
A Jaeger girl, what is that? All she does is drink Jaeger? Sell Jaeger.
Do you wanna be my angel? Give it up to me. Give it up to me. Do you wanna be my angel? So help me. Be my angel. Be my angel.
It was one of the songs that was on the radio a lot too.
chose you.
Hey, Barbara.
All right, good afternoon. We're back on. Defendant's present, represented by counsel.
Need to refresh this.
Greg McMichael?
Yes.
Miss O, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. All right, let's get the panel.
All right for good. Seated.
All right, welcome back. Hopefully everybody enjoyed their lunch. I understand we are ready to proceed with closing arguments. Ms. Hogan, on behalf of Gregory McMichael.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next break, we have something we need to put on the record that transpired over lunch. My apologies.
Okay.
My father worked for almost 50 years as a life insurance salesman, not because he liked it, because he didn't. He did it because he had 3 kids that he wanted to see grow up in a neighborhood that was safe and secure. A safe home surrounded by a community of neighbors who cared for each other. Band-Aids for skinned knees, July 4th parties, block parties that went on for hours, crocheted baby blankets when a new child was born, casseroles when we'd lost a loved one. He worked hard day and night to provide those things for the people that he loved. Larry English was a contractor in Douglas, Georgia, who worked hard every day to provide for his wife and 2 children, and to save for his dream to live on the water in a neighborhood just like that, safe, secure, filled with people who would care for each other. And when he became ill, he and his wife, Amy, had to fast forward their dreams. They fast forwarded that retirement dream, bought that land, and began working on their dream home, the project of building that home in Satilla Shores. It's the sort of life we all have the right to seek. The safety and security and comfort of people that we care about and who care about us. We work hard for our stuff. It's ours, and no one has the right to take it. And we should never, ever have to fear intruders. The police can be counted on to help, to respond, but they can't be everywhere and they can't be everything. A good neighborhood is always policing itself. Mr. Moore, you really need to put a fence around that swimming pool. I'm worried a child will fall in. Mrs. Pennock, Bobby is flying down Crossbrook Drive again in that new car. You have to talk with him and get him to slow down so no one is hurt. The police can't be everywhere, and in a safe, secure neighborhood, police are helped by those neighbors. Officer Rash testified, neighbors help neighbors, and neighbors help the police. There are really only two questions for you to answer to reach your verdict in the charges that the state has brought against Greg McMichael. Did Greg McMichael have reasonable and probable grounds of suspicion to believe that Ahmaud Arbery had committed a burglary at 220 Satilla Drive? And did he have reasonable and probable grounds to believe that Ahmaud Arbery was escaping or attempting to escape yet again on February 23rd? It is a 9-count indictment. 9 counts. So why only 2 questions? Well, I want to suggest to you what the state suggested, but in reverse. I'd like to suggest a methodical, efficient way to think about all this law and all these charges. I suggest that you begin at the beginning. Count 1, malice murder. And then take all the rest of those counts, 2 through 9, as one big chunk as you consider these important questions. Even count 1, that malice murder count, is defended by the answers to those questions. But with malice murder, I suggest to you, you don't even have to get to those questions. Greg McMichael pulled no trigger. How could the state seek a conviction for malice murder as Greg stood in the bed of the pickup truck on the phone with 911 as the fatal shots were fired? As a party to the crime, Ms. Dunikoski told you about the law that the judge will give you. If someone intentionally helps or aids or procures or hires or assists in the commission of a crime, they can be as guilty as the principal, as the person who fired the shots. But what is so very different about count 1 is that it's malice murder. It requires the desire and the intent to kill, the deliberate intention to take the life of another human being, where all of the circumstances of the killing show that an individual acted with an abandoned and malignant heart. The state will have to be asking you to find that Greg McMichael advised or encouraged Travis McMichael, his son, to take the life of Ahmaud Arbery because that's what he wanted to do, for no reason other than to see that young man die, and to see him die at the hands of his own son. And to do it right there in front of his eyes, because the guy keeps breaking into that house down the street. That's the level of criminal intent, the level of depravity, heartlessness, sickness that you would need to find beyond a reasonable doubt to find Greg McMichael guilty of malice murder. That's why I suggest that you begin with count 1 and quickly dispatch of it with a not guilty verdict. And then move down to the remaining counts, counts 2 through 9, because it comes down to this. If Greg McMichael was authorized by law to attempt to execute a citizen's arrest, to try to detain Ahmaud Arbery for the police to come and do their job, to try to keep peace and safety within that neighborhood, then they were within the law to hold him there for the police. How else does one hold an individual who does not want to be arrested for the police? You have to contain him, not false imprison him, contain him. You have to possibly hold him at gunpoint without firing a shot, not an aggravated assault, but the use of a reasonable and measured amount of force to make him stay where he did not want to stay. So if they were acting within the law in trying to execute a citizen's arrest, to detain Ahmaud Arbery for the police, then Travis had every single right to defend himself. When Ahmaud Arbery inexplicably took that sharp left turn at the right front of the truck, seeking to disarm Travis McMichael. So, who's got to prove what? We begin, as we always begin in a courtroom, with innocence. And we stay there unless and until the state proves to you that this was not a citizen's arrest and that Travis was not justified in defending himself against Ahmaud Arbery's attack. And they have to convince you of that. Remove your belief in that citizen's arrest or justification to such a degree that you've got left nothing in your minds to doubt it. And that sounds like an enormous burden. Why? Because they have to make you sure of it. You have to have no hesitation, no ambivalence, absolute certainty, because the stakes are as high as they come. It's the highest level of proof we ever ask for in a courtroom. The court will tell you when they say murder and the facts raise justification, and the judge will tell you justification is self-defense, justification is citizen's arrest. That when the facts are raised to support those defenses, that the state has to disprove them, that you were justified. But why? Why is the standard so incredibly high? And the answer is something you witnessed in this very courtroom. Even in science, errors can happen. And without diligent investigation and inquiry, people can be convicted on the slightest errors, stripped of their freedom for another's inattention or mistakes. Imagine if Dr. Donahue, with all that experience, who made the decision, the conclusion, that the muzzle to target range, the end of Travis's shotgun to the chest of Ahmaud Arbery, was 4 feet away, based on a photograph he compared in a book, without having watched the video, and more egregiously, without even having looked at the clothes that covered Ahmaud Arbery's body. Imagine if that initial conclusion had been all you knew in this case. wouldn't that have misled you? Wouldn't that have led you to wonder how what you saw in that video could match the opinion of a scientist? Imagine if Brian Leopard hadn't tested Ahmaud Arbery's shirt and scientifically concluded, based on that stippling, that these were contact or near contact wounds. Imagine further if I hadn't emailed Dr. Donahue to take another look at his conclusions based upon the clothing and Brian Leopard's expert report, and further imagine if Dr. Donahue was not an honorable scientist, if he wasn't willing to admit he'd made a mistake and take another look at the science. So that instead of 3 to 4 feet, we now know it's contact or 3 inches. 3 inches as opposed to 4 feet. That is a demonstration to you why the system has to work this way, why the state has such a high burden, with evidence that leaves absolutely no reason to doubt, before any one of you can consider declaring that a man seeking to protect himself and his community is a murderer. You determine the facts, and the judge will tell you the law. So, of course, you need to be given the facts accurately and completely. The painful beauty of this case is that almost all of it is recorded. Security videos from outside people's homes in Satilla Shores. Difficult to listen to 911 tapes. And then, of course, the really hard thing to look at, the cell phone video that captured the last moments. Based on those undisputed recorded facts, still in the face of all that you heard and saw, the state's case demonstrated in opening what Mr. Hope told you in opening statement. He told you Greg McMichael was absolutely certain, and he was absolutely right. You were so attentive, and I thank you for that. We all do. You took a lot of notes, and there was a lot of things to take notes about. So you know that the very first words out of Greg McMichael's mouth is that there was no doubt in his mind as to who this guy was. He told Officer Brandeberry that, and it was captured on the body cam that you saw. And later, interviewed at the Glynn County Police Department by Parker Marcy, that investigator told you, here's his statement, here's what he told me. I watched him, and when he came by me, I got a good, really good look at him. So I mean, it's the same guy. And it was Ahmaud Arbery on the video. He was an intruder. Larry English had reported, because he believed that an intruder had taken thousands of dollars of boat equipment off the offshore boat that had been parked in his RV parking garage. It was Ahmaud Arbery returning night after night without authority to a place where valuables were stored, with no legitimate reason for being there. And it was Ahmaud Arbery, as Greg McMichael told immediately after being questioned, who had hauled ass from that house on February 23rd, after he'd looked through the window at Matt Albenze on the phone, that he ran from that home. Add all that knowledge, that certainty, to what he learned when Travis jumped into the truck and shared with him what he saw on the driver's side of that truck.
That's not an evidence, and I object to, this is never an evidence, and the state objects to arguing that's not an evidence.
Your Honor, I believe that is an evidence, and I believe that Travis McMichael testified, and these statements that I'm talking about did come into evidence. I believe it could be up to the jury to remember the evidence.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is up to the jury to recall the evidence that has been presented in this trial. What lawyers say is not evidence, so it is up to you to recall what the evidence is in the case and to go ahead and address this matter on that basis. I don't have a complete listing of all statements made, but it's up to you, ladies and gentlemen, to recall that. Just because a lawyer says something, again, does not mean it is evidence, and this is argument. Go ahead.
You will be the decider of the facts. You took the notes, and I trust what you will remember from this trial. That Travis jumped into the driver's seat of that truck after having seen Matt Albenze standing in front of 220 Satilla Drive and pointing down that street, signaling down that street. That the man that Travis McMichael had seen only 11 days earlier with his own eyes, and then slowly pulled up alongside so that he could confirm for himself, Dad's right. This is the guy. And the judge will tell you. You will gather the facts from the totality of the circumstances. Did they have a reasonable and probable cause to believe that this was the guy? And you can know, and the judge will tell you, that you gather that from every sense that you have. Your hearing, your sight, your sense of what's going on around you. Certainty, though, is a way higher standard than what you even need to find in this case. Certainty was way more knowledge than they needed to detain Ahmaud Arbery to execute a citizen's arrest. And that was Greg McMichael's intent. He said it from the very beginning. He was asked by the investigator, Parker Marcy testified to you, what was your intent had he stopped? And he said, as clear as a bell, hold him for the police so that he could be arrested. The judge will charge you that a private citizen can effectuate an arrest, detaining someone for the police to arrive if a crime happens within his knowledge, there's the other one, or his immediate presence.
Hey, Clarky.
Thanks, Jason. I appreciate it. So here's what you have to know. That you haven't yet heard from the state. There are no magic words that are required. The court will tell you there's nothing special you have to say to be effectuating a citizen's arrest. There's nothing special you can't say while effectuating a citizen's arrest. If it happens within your knowledge or immediate presence, then you can effectuate a citizen's arrest and criminal trespass, the court will tell you, going on someone's property without the authority and for an unlawful purpose, is a crime, the misdemeanor offense of citizen's arrest. And again, what you haven't heard from the state and got some misdirection about, there's no requirement, Judge Walmsley will tell you, for a posting of a no trespassing sign. There's no requirement that any officer execute this trespass warning. It's your place, and people should stay off it. We don't need to be telling people ahead of time and giving them warnings if you don't want to. And he'll also charge you that a private citizen can effectuate an arrest, detaining someone for the goal of holding them for the police if he has reasonable grounds of suspicion to believe that a suspect is fleeing or attempting to flee from a felony. Burglary is a felony. Entering a dwelling place without authority with the intent to commit a theft in there. Not an actual theft, but the reason, the mindset for going into a place that's not yours. So how do you know that if there wasn't actually a theft? Judge Walmsley will tell you. The law will allow you to infer an intent to steal. If there's an unlawful entry, meaning crossing into a place that's not yours, a place where valuables are stored, and you heard testimony that plenty of valuables were stored at 220 Satilla Drive, with no other apparent motive for being there. That means
I turned it on Bitcoin. My
every
page you back.
single
That's out.
time Ahmaud Arbery goes into
It's
that
on now.
house,
It's on now though.
he is committing a burglary. But you hardly needed a jury instruction to tell you that. Coming into someone else's house at night, where it's pitch dark, repeatedly, even after you've been run off,
What the fuck?
into a place where an offshore boat is holding expensive equipment. The intruder comes in, and sometime after that intruder has left, your stuff is gone. Reasonable grounds of suspicion.
Officer did discharge his
There's nothing more.
firearm and fired shots at the suspect to stop the threat.
It's cool, dude. I was just being
Due to the
annoying.
amount of people had to stop and fire did not fire any other additional shots.
Oh shit! I got on all.
The officer is
I
on
fucked up.
administrative leave as part of the department protocol. No one was injured as a result of the officer firing discharging his fire weapon. Firearm.
Configuration updated
Subject was
successfully.
taken into custody a short distance from the scene, and we are confident he acted alone. There is no evidence that this is a terrorist incident. Due to the wind yesterday, there was a power outage downtown Waukesha to further complicate our emergency response. I want to identify the victims that we know of at this time. And I say this with great sorrow. Virginia Sorensen, 79-year-old female. Leanna Owens, 71-year-old female. Tamara Durand, 52-year-old female. Jane Kulich, 52-year-old female. Wilhelm Hospital, 81-year-old male. 79-year-old female. The suspect involved in this tragedy, male, 39 years of age, who is a resident of the city of Milwaukee. At this time, the Waukesha Police Department is referring 5 counts of first-degree intentional homicide with additional charges based on the investigation, but those will come in time. There are many roads in the downtown area were closed as investigators worked through the crime scene. Those roads have since been opened.
Hey.
I'll say this, minutes after the incident occurred, I responded to the scene, and what I saw out of chaos and tragedy was heroes. First responders and the community coming together and working together on triaging victims, the fire department, working in partnership with the fire department, getting these victims to the hospital. Fire department transported multiple victims. Chief Howard will talk about that. Officers picked up victims and put them in a squad and rushed them to the hospital. And citizens also picked up victims and rushed them to the hospital. There's also off-duty law enforcement, fire, and EMS personnel that were attending this event who immediately got involved and took part in saving lives. I want to thank our community partners. I want to dispel some rumors. There's no pursuit that led up to this incident. This is not a terrorist event. I want to thank our first responder partners. It is a long list, and I apologize, we apologize if I forgot anyone. Waukesha Fire Department. No words can express the partnership that we have with the Waukesha Fire Department, how we work together as one in this incident. MABUS, Mutual Aid Box Alarm System, Chief Howard will talk about that. The Suburban Mutual Aid Response Team, which we call SMART, responded, which it includes dozen local law enforcement agencies, FBI, ATF, the state Division of Criminal Investigations, School District of Waukesha, the Milwaukee Police Department Fusion Center, the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, Wisconsin State Patrol. After this press conference, we'll provide a link on our website for any questions regarding witness information. If there's any additional video that a citizen might have, they can look at this link, or any family members or individuals that need to recover property. The Waukesha Police Smart website is the only source for information. Do not release information from any other source as it has not been vetted and could lead to false information. Thank you.
Chief Howard. Thank you, Dan. Before I get started, on behalf of the men and women of the Waukesha Fire Department, I'd like to say our prayers go out to the families in the whole community that was affected by yesterday's tragedy. The City of Waukesha Fire Department responded to a mass casualty incident yesterday afternoon. All 26 on-duty personnel responded to the incident from 5 stations. Our closest downtown station was within sight of the parade route. Our units started to spontaneously respond based on radio traffic and dispatch information. We immediately activated our mass casualty protocol and utilized the MABUS, which is our mutual aid system, mutual box alarm system, to the second level to provide us with additional resources to treat the victims. We received resources from 12 area fire departments. We were also aided greatly by off-duty firefighters and EMS personnel, medical personnel, and just civilian bystanders. They greatly assisted us with our initial treatment and triage of patients. Patients were transported to 6 area hospitals with fire department EMS transporting 22 patients. Law enforcement personnel, bystanders also transported additional personnel or additional victims to the hospital. At this time, we believe that 48 people were treated at local hospitals, although this number might increase based on information being gathered. Like Chief Thompson, I also had an opportunity, did respond to the incident. I got there just a little bit after the chief did, and based on my observations, very, very overwhelmed by the response of the community to this tragedy. People banded together to do the best they could to deal with this incident. Last night, going out and visiting the fire stations and the people that responded, overwhelmingly, our personnel expressed their sincere thanks for everyone who stepped up and assisted with the treatment of the citizens that were injured. Again, our hearts go out to the families and the victims of this senseless tragedy, and we appreciate all the assistance and support that's been offered to the City of Waukesha Fire Department.
Mayor Sean Riley.
Thank you. Last night we experienced a senseless tragedy. Many of us were participants in the parade and witnessed these horrific actions. We are all trying to process what we experienced. Our police, firefighters, partners, and so many others sprang into action immediately last night to help the people that were injured. For those of you who do not live in Waukesha, you need to know that Waukesha is a community that helps their neighbors. Waukesha is a community that takes pride in its identity and has a wonderful spirit. Waukesha looks after each other. Waukesha enjoys its celebrations, and the entire community joins in those celebrations. We are a close community. Waukesha is a community where many of its residents have lived for generations. Waukesha is also the type of community where new residents tell their friends to move here because it is so special. Waukesha has held what can be described as a Norman Rockwell type of Christmas parade for almost 6 decades. Last night, our wonderful Waukesha parade became the scene of a horrific tragedy. Last night, that parade became a nightmare. Last night, many were severely injured. Last night, lives were lost during the middle of what should have been a celebration. Last night, many were severely injured, lost their lives, and all who were there were traumatized. We experienced a horrific tragedy. We have so much healing that needs to occur. Waukesha, though, will not be defined by the horrific events of last night. We are a community that will come together. We will help those who experience the loss of a loved one or were injured. We will work together to bring healing. The healing needs to begin now. With that in mind, I share the following. A prayer vigil will be held tonight at 5 p.m. at Cutler Park. The Waukesha Public Library, which is immediately adjacent to it, will be closing at 4 p.m. so the public can utilize that parking lot. The downtown South Street parking ramp, which is also immediately near it, will also be open for free parking. We know that members of the community want to help out and help the victims. The Waukesha County Community Foundation and United Way of Greater Milwaukee and Waukesha County have joined together to create the United for Waukesha Community Fund. This fund will support the needs of the families impacted, and there will be a website on our page that will tell you how to access that fund. Many people witnessed traumatic events last evening. If you need to talk to someone, you can call or text 800-985-5990 to be connected to a trained caring counselor, and they are available 24/7. That number will also be on our website. Please only call 911 for true emergencies. There will be a resource center set up at Carroll University for all victims from 2 to 6 p.m. Tuesday and 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Wednesday. That information will be placed upon our website. The District Attorney Victim Assistance Program is also available to provide assistance, and an email for that service will be shared on social media. Our community needs to heal from physical injury and emotional trauma and what was taken from us by this senseless act. What we do today and the days ahead is what will define us as a city, and I know we will come together and help Waukesha heal. Thank you.
Dr. Jim Siebert.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm deeply saddened by yesterday's events and the tremendous impact they are having on both our school community and the larger Waukesha community. I want to begin by thanking our partners at the city and the police and fire departments for their leadership and partnership. We are focused on our kids, our staff, and our families, and making resources available to them. We stand with our community and are one of the resources for support as we navigate this tragic event. The School District of Waukesha is providing internal assistance as well as resources outside of the district to support kids, staff, and families. Should families need guidance on how to address trauma with your children, please do not hesitate to reach out to the student services staff at your child's school. We are actively dispatching additional support to our schools for staff and students. Your school administration and student services team can connect you with our crisis counseling staff in a very timely manner. School psychologists, social workers, school counselors, and community mental health providers are available and trained to support children and families in crisis today and into the future. I also want to thank our surrounding school districts, Waukesha County, our local healthcare partners, the Department of Public Instruction, and the Governor's Office for their support of the School District of Waukesha during this time. We also provided meals today from noon to 1 p.m. across the district, and we will do the same tomorrow at the following sites via their main entrance: Butler, Horning, and Les Paul Middle Schools, as well as North, South, and West High Schools. I'm announcing at this time that the School District of Waukesha will again be closed for classes on Tuesday, November 23rd. Our counseling and lunch services will be available to students and staff again tomorrow. The district will resume classes after the Thanksgiving holiday per our school calendar on Monday, November 29th. We ask that you respect the privacy of our students, staff, and families, and that you do not try to interview students, staff, or families at our school sites. Further information and any additional updates will continue to be available on our district website, and I am deeply sorry that we are here today, and we look forward to healing both as a school community and a larger Waukesha community.
Alan Johnson.
Good afternoon. I am Vice President of Critical Care and Specialty Services for Pro Healthcare. In my role, I work closely with our emergency departments, our critical care units, and our mass casualty incident command process. I'd like to start by expressing my sympathies and those of everyone at Pro Healthcare for the victims and their families. This was truly a tragedy for our entire community. I'd like to thank all of the first responders and the others who came together to do what was required last night. All involved did outstanding work. Among the 48 victims of the parade tragedy who were transported to area hospitals, 29 arrived at Waukesha Memorial Hospital. The hospital is just blocks away from the parade route, and victims started arriving very quickly after the incident. In fact, many of Pro Healthcare's staff were attending the parade, witnessed this tragedy, and provided immediate first aid to victims. There were many children among the victims brought to Waukesha Memorial. After initial assessment, stabilization, and treatment, we transferred 11 of those to Children's of Wisconsin. 4 victims were admitted to Waukesha Memorial. They are all currently stable, and many of them will likely discharge from the hospital today. Those patients admitted included both children and adults. 12 people were treated in our emergency department and released. 1 patient presented to us and left without being seen. Sadly, one of the victims who was brought to Waukesha Memorial was pronounced dead on arrival. In addition to those who were on duty at Waukesha Memorial last night, many others rushed to the hospital to help. They included nearly every one of our emergency department physicians, countless surgeons, anesthesiologists, hospitalists, and nurses. What I saw on display last night in response to this crisis was nothing less than the highest level of professionalism. Our coordination with local fire and local EMS worked flawlessly in the face of this incident. And on behalf of Pro Healthcare, I want to thank everybody for participating. Thank you.
At this time, we'll open it up for a few questions, but be mindful. Nick, I'll start with you from Channel 12. Be mindful that we're going to be limited in scope with the information that we can be released at this time due to maintaining the integrity of the investigation. Moreover, the judicial process, we want to be transparent, but we're also mindful that we're not going to compromise in any aspect of this investigation. We're dealing with 5 counts of intentional first-degree homicide here. Please be mindful of those when you ask your questions. Nick. What can you tell us about the arrest? Where was he located? Was there an incident there? Was he injured? Did he say anything about what led up to this and what happened and why he kept going?
There's about 5 questions in that one question, so I'm going to do my best to try to answer that. We can tell you that the investigation does not indicate that there's any type of domestic or national type of terrorism. We can tell you that there was some type of disturbance that we suspect was between the suspect and another individuals at a different location just prior to the incident. Shortly after this tragedy occurred, officers immediately identified the suspect vehicle, and shortly after that, they apprehended the suspect. The suspect had no injuries. And then after he was detained, he was taken to our custody.
Did he say anything about why he didn't
That's still ongoing. And this is a fluid investigation. What we do not want to do is jeopardize the integrity of this investigation at any point. Right now, our focus, the Waukesha Police Department's focus, the City of Waukesha's focus is the families, the victim, and due process, right? Because that's important.
Brett Lemoy? Is this for the chief? Okay, go ahead.
Can you just elaborate on that domestic situation? We understand that there may have been a knife involved, and did Brooks know someone in the parade?
So we have no information that Brooks knew anybody in the parade. But I will say this. We weren't able even to respond to that domestic call before it actually, so we couldn't even investigate it. So was there initial complaint of a knife being involved? Yes. Do we know if there actually was one there? We don't know, because we didn't even make it there. We ended up immediately responding to the crisis.
58? Please, who's this for, 58? A chief or?
There's been a lot of confusion about just how this person got through the parade. I guess questions about barricades and that kind of thing. Is there anything that's come up in your investigation that you could speak to about why that would be, how he actually got through and managed to get into this crowd?
I'll tell you this. We actually had a squad and barricades up, and he drove right through the barricades and the officers. When an officer tried to engage and stop the threat, he still continued through the crowd.
Chief, what was the distance? We're going with Channel 4 next. Be mindful of the rules.
We'd really appreciate it if you go back and spell the names of those victims you mentioned earlier, if that's possible.
Just give me a moment.
All right. While we're waiting on 4, I will come back to Nikki from the Freeman. Go ahead. Who is this for? The parade route where the vehicle entered was in the area of Hartwell and Main Street, and the end of the parade route where the vehicle took off from was like right around Veterans Park, Main and Maple area, Main and Wisconsin Avenue. Okay, back to 4. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to repeat the names. And again, I apologize for getting emotional about it.
Chief, we're going to put it on the release. I'll put the names out on the press release. We'll post that on the internet so we get all outlets. Yes, state where your agency is from and your who you'd like to speak to.
Nancy Chen from CBS News. I have a question for Chief Howard.
Chief Howard.
Chief, what did your first responders see at the parade? Many of them were there to be a part of the parade. What have they said to you?
It was just, I guess for lack of better, just carnage, likening it to a war zone. There were adults, children that were injured. Some of our first responders were there with our families. They left their families to treat people, helped with incident command, helped transport, along with many other medical personnel and people that were there. But I guess what stands out in my mind from our conversations is we do have people who have military backgrounds and likened it to a war zone.
I'll get 2 more questions. I'll go back right there. Gentleman with your hand up, your agency, and who would you like the question to?
ABC News, Chief Thompson, please.
Okay.
Chief, can you tell us anything about this suspect's previous record, allegations that he may have tried to run over his girlfriend in the past or some other person?
I'll tell you, our focus right now is this incident. This tragic incident is what we're focused on, and the families and victims of this incident.
Chief
Thank
Thompson,
you.
Adrian Broadus here from CNN.
Go ahead. For state, who would you like to speak to, Chief Thompson or Chief Howard? Okay.
Adrian Broadus from CNN.
Okay.
Talk to us about those families who are grieving that you know. What memories do you have with them?
I'll talk about the incident itself and being there and seeing. I'll give you one. As I'm watching officers and fire personnel triaging and taking victims, putting them in ambulances and putting them in squad cars, I have a nurse who walks up to me and says, "My mother was injured. Can we get her help?" Sure enough, we helped her get her mother into a vehicle, and we escorted her, the vehicle, out of the scene safely. This is for the family. I'm going to ask you to respect the family. This is a very tragic incident, and again, it's still fluid, and ongoing.
We're gonna stop the questions right there. Like I said earlier, we will put a press release out here shortly, probably within the next 60 minutes. It's going to identify the links. It's going to identify some of the phone numbers that people can reach out to. At this time, we do not have a follow-up press conference at this time. Everything will be done via press releases. If there is a press conference, we will give everybody, all of our affiliates, ample amount of time to come back to City Hall. Thank you very much.
Can we simply get distance?
Ages 52 to 81? Ages of the victims 52 to 81?
Yes, and we'll put their names out.
Than probable cause. And probable cause, as Mr. Sheffield and the court will tell you, are facts necessary to establish a probability, more likely than not. It's less than certainty, but it's more than mere suspicion. So think of it this way. If Officer Rash had been on one of his patrols in Satilla Shores on February 23rd at about 1:08 p.m., and as he turned onto Satilla Drive, he saw Matt Albenze, who he'd already met, standing in front of 220 Satilla Drive, just signaling down that street. And down that street, hightailing it, is Ahmaud Arbery, the man that Officer Rash has seen on those video cameras over and over again. So if he saw and heard what these men did, he too would have had probable cause to arrest Ahmaud Arbery for the crime of burglary. There's no doubt he would have put on his sirens and tried to stop Ahmaud Arbery. And there's no doubt, after the events of February 11th, that Officer Rash would have had his gun at the ready and not taken any chances. And I suspect, in your minds, there would be no doubt that Ahmaud Arbery would have known exactly why he was being chased. Because there can be little doubt as well that Ahmaud Arbery knew exactly why the McMichaels were trying to detain him on February 23rd. The truth of life is that it's very complicated. A beautiful teenager with a broad smile and a crooked baseball cap can go astray. He can deteriorate and lose his way. And years later, he can end up creeping into a home that is not his own and running away instead of facing the consequences, acting erratically when approached, and making terrible, unexpected, illogical choices. But a mother's love doesn't fade from that beautiful boy in the ball cap to the young intruder. And sadly, no verdict can change the grief of that future not realized. The hope that he could have turned himself around. Because all we can guess about the young man is that his teenage years were full of promise, but his early 20s just led him in the wrong direction. The facts presented in this trial bear no resemblance to the story that the state told you in opening statement. A 25-year-old who met a brutal death after being chased and killed by residents of a neighborhood who wanted nothing more than to murder him for having the audacity to jog in their neighborhood. Not a single piece of evidence that's been presented to you in this entire trial supports such a hateful and gruesome set of circumstances. Turning Ahmaud Arbery into a victim after the choices that he made does not reflect the reality of what brought Ahmaud Arbery to Satilla Shores in his khaki shorts with no socks to cover his long, dirty toenails. There were two sets of decision makers on February 23rd. It is not just the McMichaels decisions that led to this tragedy. And it is a tragedy. I see it in your faces, and I have felt it in mine. A young life lost, grieving parents. Greg and Travis didn't have to do anything on February 23rd. Greg could have looked up from his boat cushions, saw Ahmaud Arbery run past, and shrug his shoulders. Maybe call 911, maybe call Officer Rash, maybe text Diego Perez. My feet are strong! And the frustration of this neighborhood would continue. But Greg McMichael's driveway decision wasn't the only decision that set this tragedy in motion. Ahmaud Arbery was not an innocent victim plundering through Larry English's house on February 23rd, just as he wasn't an innocent victim all the other nights, like October 25th, or November 18th, or December 15th, or February 11th. Is he the person responsible for stealing Larry English's expensive boat equipment? I don't know. We don't know. No one investigated that. But can anyone reasonably believe that Ahmaud Arbery was just doing a looky-loo on those nights in what has been described and shown to you as a home drenched in absolute darkness? The judge will instruct you that you must use common sense and reason. Common sense and reason. There was no legitimate reason for Ahmaud Arbery to be plundering through Larry English's house those 4 nights, and again on the afternoon of February 23rd. Ahmaud didn't live there. He didn't work there. He didn't have friends there. He didn't have a girlfriend there. He wasn't hanging out with a friend in that neighborhood who was a friend of a friend. He didn't jog through that neighborhood. He was a recurring nighttime intruder, and that is frightening and unsettling. A looky-loo in an open, unsecured construction site. Why did we have to withstand that drumbeat? Why? Let's clear a few things up. The judge will charge you that for burglary purposes, a dwelling is any structure that is intended for residential use. It makes no difference if it's occupied, being built, under construction, unoccupied, or vacant. And that only makes sense. How could you ever build a home if it wasn't really yours to protect until it was done? For that matter, how could you ever expect your stuff to be safe when your teenager forgets to close the garage door? Really, with all the important law to consider, why the misdirection? Why? And why the insensitivity to the neighbors of Satilla Shores? It's only a looky-loo when it isn't your neighborhood. It's only an open, unsecured construction site when it's not the building of your dream home, hastened by this impending fatal illness of Larry English's. It's only a property crime when you're not Subi Lawrence, across the street from that house, living alone, trying to raise 3 rambunctious boys, and you can't even let them outside to play. It's only a property crime if you're not Diego and Brooke Perez, trying to raise 3 little girls safely next door to 220 Satilla Drive. No one but Ahmaud Arbery made the decision to repeatedly and unlawfully enter into that house over and over again. No one but Ahmaud Arbery made the decision to run like the wind when the police car responded to the calls from the owner and the neighbors. No one but Ahmaud Arbery made the decision to either reach for or certainly give the very real impression that he was reaching for a handgun on February 11th, and then to yet again run away when the police arrived. And no one but Ahmaud Arbery made the decision not to stop when Travis's truck rolled up beside him. To wait to tell the police what he was doing there, or just plain run away into the woods, or in the culverts that you'll see all over the state's evidence, or the open yards, or the open garages, or yell the word help, or just keep going right, straight down Satilla Drive, right into Officer Minshew's patrol car. I realize, probably more than any of you, what an incredibly unpopular thing that is to say. But in a courtroom with Greg McMichael facing the charge of murder, somebody's got to say it. And believe me, I'm proud to be the one to say it. Not to cause harm, not to cause pain, but because the truth in this place is really all that matters. Be very clear, be very clear. No one is saying that Ahmaud Arbery deserved to die for whatever it was he was doing inside 220 Satilla Drive, because that's not why he died. He died because for whatever inexplicable, illogical reason, instead of staying where he was, whatever overwhelming reason he had to avoid being captured that day and arrested by the police, he chose to fight. He chose to fight. To, without any sense of reason, to run at a man wielding a shotgun, leaving him with no other alternative but to be placed in the position of killing another human being. Greg McMichael had probable cause through all that he saw, all that he heard, all that he knew, to believe reasonably that Ahmaud Arbery had committed a crime and that he was fleeing from it yet again. If the state hasn't removed every doubt, every single reasonable, logical doubt in your mind that Greg McMichael was attempting a citizen's arrest, attempting to simply detain Ahmaud Arbery for the police on February 23rd, then you have reached your verdict, ladies and gentlemen, on counts 2 through 9. If they can't strip you of any reason to doubt the evidence that's been presented to you on citizen's arrest, but if they have left you wanting to know more, if they have left you wanting to inquire into the next steps of these offenses, there are still more steps. One of those is causation. How any of the other acts in counts 2 through 9, other than the actual shooting of Ahmaud Arbery, could have been the direct cause of Ahmaud Arbery's death. Or that it would have played a substantial and necessary part in causing the death. You would have to find that the goal of trying to detain Ahmaud Arbery for the police without using any excessive force, no fists, no discharge of the weapon, before that left turn attack on Travis, then the case is over yet again on counts 2 through 9. It would have to be not guilty because there would have been no causation between the counts that don't involve the actual discharge of that firearm. And then if you wanted to go one further step, you would have to ask yourself about Greg's role in all of this while riding in the back of the pickup truck. As a party to the crime, the state would have to prove to you that that Gregory McMichael intentionally helped in the commission of the shooting, or advised, encouraged, hired, counseled, or procured Travis McMichael to shoot Ahmaud Arbery, as he was on the phone with 911 shouting the word no, without proof beyond a reasonable doubt of all of those pieces, all of those elements, the state simply has not met their case. When I sit down, I get no more chance to speak with you, and that's a tough thing for me. I have to know that the state gets the last word. So given the state's opening and some of their cross-examination of witnesses, despite how careful I know you all were with your notepads and pens, with your attention, with your focus, I have to raise a few more things to make sure you notice them, because the stakes are so incredibly high. Ms. Dunikoski told you in her initial closing argument she was afraid that we'd persuade you of the things that we're sharing with you about the state's case. I'm afraid that she's going to cherry pick. Cherry picking is this: it's choosing and taking only the most beneficial items from all that's been provided to you and trying to turn that into a fact. Don't look over there at all the rest of the stuff. Just look at these beautiful cherries I've picked. Context determines meaning. Stop, or I'll blow your MFing head off. You heard that from opening statement, and you heard it all the way through the trial. Cross-examination. Versus the actual reality that I think I saw you all write down of what Greg McMichael told Parker Marcy and what the investigators testified about what it really meant and when it really was supposed to have happened. Greg McMichael said that horrible sentence, or something. Stop, he said to the investigator. I said to him, stop, or I'll blow your MFing head off, or something. You didn't hear or something. But most importantly, what we now know is that Greg McMichael fought in the panic and adrenaline and fear and of that horrible situation. He thought that's what he said at the very end of this encounter. Mr. Hogue cross-examined every witness who was with Greg McMichael when he shared that piece of information. The DA wants to make you think, by cherry picking, that Greg McMichael said that anywhere, anytime, over and over, all through, anywhere through the pathway. But what those witnesses, those investigators and officers told you is that Greg McMichael was talking about the final encounter. Officer Brandeberry was asked, when did you understand he was telling you he said that? And Officer Brandeberry said, he's talking about the final encounter on Holmes Road. Yes, that's my understanding. Parker Marcy was asked, when would that have occurred? Would that have occurred given the context of the full statement, which because of the laws in this courtroom and around the state of Georgia, you cannot have all of the statement read to you, so there had to be context. And that gets a little dicey. And that's why you have to be extra careful when you're sharing that information with a jury. So Mr. Hogue cross-examined those officers to say, let's draw down on when that was supposed to have happened. He said it was supposed to have happened at the final confrontation. The same place where Greg's on the phone with 911? Yes. That's what he thought he said. So whatever he said on 911, Mr. Hogue asked the investigator, would that be the most accurate way of knowing what he really said? And that investigator, just like all of you, would say, of course. Whatever you heard, whatever the state presented in the 911 call, whatever you can listen to again, bears no resemblance to what Greg McMichael, after a stroke, in the panic and the fear and the sadness of those moments when he was interviewed, thought that he said on the 911 call. You're the decider of the facts. You're the ones that are going to have to make the decision about what's true and what's not true about this case. Jason Sheffield said the word red herring, so I went ahead and looked it up. I've always heard that phrase, and the definition is something that's intended to be misleading or distracting. So I'm going to tell you I've got one more concern before I sit down. And that is, and I could be completely wrong about this, but I'm concerned about it, so I want to share it with you since I can't come back up in case my suspicions are correct. I'm afraid of why the state kept introducing into evidence still shots of Greg McMichael with various people at the scene. I noted them in the beginning, thinking it wasn't any big deal. I take down a lot of notes, like you all do. And then I kept seeing a pattern. And again, Ms. Dunikoski, I could be completely wrong about this, but I'm concerned that Ms. Dunikoski is now digging so deep to make this case that she's going to suggest to you that Greg McMichael was on that scene manipulating testimony and evidence. It seems kind of wild when you think that the whole event is on video and that the people that came in with that video said it hadn't been altered or changed in any way, and that Officer Minshew is there in seconds on the scene, and we see everything that's happening on his body cam. In fact, it was Travis and Greg who waved him down. But there's photos of Greg comforting his son. There's a photo of Greg McMichael after 30 years in law enforcement having a conversation with Captain Tom Jump. There's evidence that the film, Officer Minshew said, Roddy's got this on the film, and Greg was able to say, Travis, it's captured on film. There's a screenshot of Diego talking to Greg, even though Officer Adam Jackson, who testified, said, I spoke to Diego Perez. He said, I got some camera footage, you want it? And we got the security camera footage from Diego Perez through Adam Jackson, unadulterated, and presented to you. So I just have to say, thank goodness that as awful as those recordings are to hear and see, they reflect the truth of what happened, who did what, and why. And there is no way to suggest that there was any manipulation of evidence or testimony at the scene. So now, it's time, very soon, probably not soon enough for you, but very soon, for you to deliberate and reach a verdict. A verdict rendered by members of your community about an event that happened in your community. Glynn County, filled with communities that are filled with neighbors. Why did it take us 11 days to select you? Well, the media descended on this case. And unless, I think several of you said, unless you lived under a rock, you knew something about the case. Some facts that were accurate, some facts that were ridiculous, and some facts that were outright slanted for shock value. And we as humans do, we begin to form opinions when we begin to hear things that we believe could be facts. And then there's the social media. People posting arguments, comments, and opinions. And then with the algorithm of Facebook, you're going to get more and more of the same opinions and comments and opinions that are like the opinions that you seem to be interested in. And next thing you know, you think that these people's opinions are facts. And the other issue is this is a small county. Many of the jurors that were summoned knew the defendants. Many of the jurors that were summoned knew the Arberies. Many of the jurors that were summoned knew people who were close to people who knew either one of them. And consistent with human nature, those folks had formed opinions. So why are you the 15 that remained? Because you were determined to be the people most likely to do what I submit to you is the impossible. To set aside opinions and beliefs you'd formed before you came into court. To set aside facts that you thought were accurate before you came to court, and to promise with your oath, hand to God, to base your verdict only on what you hear in this courtroom. It's kind of a ridiculous standard, but it's all we've got for these men to have their day in court. And we had to assess your honesty. We had to assess your candor, your truthfulness, that you would do what you said you would do. This incredible, awesome responsibility that you've been selected to undertake. Jury deliberations are not like a meeting. They're not like a business meeting where you're going to each put in your opinions and thoughts and reach an agreement, a little give and take. It's not like going to buy a car and you're dickering over the price. It's not even like the legislature when they're trying to come up with a budget. Hey, this is the stuff I really want in my packet, and this is the stuff I really want in my packet. I'll give up a little bit of this if you give up a little bit of that. That is not at all how jury deliberations work. Because you see, compromise has absolutely no place in the deliberative process. The judge will instruct you. Keep an open mind, talk with each other, consider each other's points of view, but the bottom line, ladies and gentlemen, is that each of you will form this verdict on your own. You are the gatekeepers of this jury process. You're the gatekeepers of the oath that you each took. If some of you feel strongly one way, and others of you feel strongly the other way, keep talking, keep working. This is important. But you are not to give up any opinions you have, any thoughts and beliefs you have, just to get along or just to be unanimous. You are not to consider what the possible punishments just might be. You can't have the kind of conversation that says, well, you know, that malice murder, that is kind of ridiculous given the facts of this case. So let's just agree on that felony murder. That can't be that bad. It's got to be less than the malice murder. Or, you know, some of you really want felony murder, and some of you really want not guilty. What if we just sort of meet in the middle with one of those ag assaults? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I encourage you, I beg you, to slam on the brakes if you hear any conversations like that in the jury room. The only thing you're asking yourself is whether the state removed every logical reason for you to doubt that Greg McMichael had the requisite knowledge and intent to execute a citizen's arrest. And if that's the case, then not guilty is the only verdict you can reach. Because every single count in this indictment is so serious. And every single count in this indictment is life-changing for Greg McMichael. Your deliberations should be guided by the rule that the judge will give you. If in any way your minds are wavering, unsettled, unsatisfied, then that is a doubt of the law and you must acquit. You can't wake up in a couple of weeks from now and regret the decision you made, because you can't take it back. The Constitution, our beautiful Constitution, demands no less than this certainty. The grandparents on golf carts in Satilla Shores, the kids on bikes in your neighborhood, the couples walking their dogs after dinner in our small town neighborhoods deserve no less. Greg McMichael is not a murderer. He's not guilty.
Thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take let's take a 15-minute recess, and we'll continue with closing arguments. Again, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves until you've been instructed to do so by the court. Thank you.
The last adjourned. Proceed, please.
Before we recess, Mr. Goff, you had a matter for the court.
Yes, Your Honor. Over the lunch recess, my understanding is, can I have notes? Your Honor, during the lunch recess, co-counsel had an opportunity to look outside at what was going on, and there are some matters that need to be placed on the record.
Go ahead and get the sound one up.
One moment, Your Honor.
Sorry, Mr. Goff.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm not using any of that stuff. Your Honor, protesters, whether they were the Black Panther group or some other group, were behind the barriers in front of the courthouse. There was a truck carrying a coffin with the names of the defendants on it. At least one of these groups, I believe it was the Black Panther group, is referenced in the motion filed this morning that their specific objective was to influence the proceedings in this case. I don't know whether they intended to scare the defendants, but I have co-counsel with a small child who was scared to death. Large weapons, apparently automatic weapons, were seen outside the courthouse. And, you know, given everything else that's already transpired in this case, we believe at this point that it's appropriate for us to renew the motion for mistrial. This court has gone to great lengths to give these defendants a fair trial, but the security precautions that were in place, despite the sheriff's best efforts and your Honor's best efforts, we've now got people who claim to be violent driving around the courthouse with coffins with our clients' names on them with semi or fully automatic weapons. I mean, I'm not sure that this is no longer a figurative mob. This is a literal mob. And inevitably the proceedings, despite best efforts are tainted, we would move for mistrial.
Anything remaining defendants?
Our position again is if the jury has been exposed to it, yes, we would be gravely concerned and we would need them to let the court know that they've seen it and it's had any influence on them. Short of that, if it's folks exercising their First Amendment rights outside and our jury is unaware of it, then we're okay.
And I would agree with Mr. Hogue. That's what I was going to say. And I would, one more thing. To make sure in this most important trial that the jurors are not being exposed to these matters, I would ask the court to affirmatively question them altogether, to remind them, to bring it to your attention or the court deputy's attention if they have encountered it or been contacted in any way.
State asks that you deny the motion for mistrial. We leave it to the discretion of the court.
Yeah, the court's again denying the mistrial. I've indicated previously and mentioned to counsel that I agree with the concern that is out there with regard to the jurors having exposure to anything that may be going on outside. Whatever may be going on outside, it has not been brought to my attention on a security level. Again, individuals have a right to be outside the courthouse. I agree with Mr. Hogue that the court needs to keep a very close eye on whether or not whatever may be going on outside the courthouse has any influence upon the jury, and the court has taken steps to ensure that the jury is insulated from anything going on around the courthouse so that they can focus on their business before the court, which would be to consider the evidence presented as well as the arguments of counsel, and I will continue to endeavor to do so.
Has the court talked with the jury bailiff at all, and also keeping lines of communication up with the jury bailiff so that she would say, Judge, there's some murmurs or there's some things being spoken? Is she keeping an active ear out for the court?
Without getting into detail, I will tell you that the court I'm trying to stay apprised of whatever may be going on with the jury. As far as what's going on outside, that's up to whoever's outside making sure that everything's okay. But as far as this jury is concerned and what may be going on that may affect the proceedings in this courtroom, yes, I have tried to ensure that I'm at least aware of anything that may be important enough to affect the proceedings, and if something did happen, I would probably be bringing it to everybody's attention because I think it would be important for counsel to know.
Thank you.
One other thing, I wanted to move again that we replace juror number 12, and I will tell you, I tried to make some eye contact with you during my closing. She had nodded off. She was done. She was sleeping, and so at one point I walked closer to her to try to rustle her up, and I even thought there was someone that might have even moved her chair, kind of kicked it, and she then still nodded back off again. So I would ask again, since this is now about the third or fourth time that we've had to deal with it, that we have her replaced with the first alternate.
We would join that.
Jury Call was sitting right in front of me. I never saw this. She had her eyes open.
So Ms. Duncan's talking about what she saw, so let's let her finish.
And I was facing Ms. Hogue while she was talking, but I was very closely watching the jurors, and Juror Call was right in front of me. I did not see her nod up. I didn't see her close her eyes at all. I saw her actively paying attention to this. That is what I saw.
I will again start focusing on juror number 12, who I think is sitting close to the bailiff now, and make sure.
And for the record, Your Honor, is anyone else at the council table that's able to indicate whether you agree with what I saw? I thought that you and I had made some eye contact. I must have misunderstood that I thought you were looking straight at her.
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt, Ms. Dunikowski. I did see it. There were 2 times where I thought about turning over a box accidentally or kicking the table hard, but I didn't want to interrupt her, Ms. Hoag's closing, but there were 2 times.
I'm hearing a couple different things, so I'm going to keep an eye on juror number 12 again and ensure I did not see a juror sleeping during closing arguments. But that, of course, is something, particularly with what has happened previously, that I now will, again, start keeping a close eye upon.
Thank you.
Your Honor, she was nodding off during Ms. Hope's presentation. I mean, she may need medical attention. We may have a coma here before I'm done.
Let's keep going.
Okay. With that, we're in recess. Let's go back to 10 minutes.
Be safe, please.
All right, we're back on. Defendants are present. Represented by counsel, Mr. Goff, you ready to proceed?
We would probably benefit another couple of minutes on the technical issues. Go check the video.
The first woman's telling people Merry Christmas, look at our tree or something right now. I don't know if that's happened. Look at that tree. Would you look at that tree? Would you look at those horses? Would you look at the horses? Look at the hair on its hoof. Just want to smell it. Think it tastes like it? Do you think it smells more like it or tastes more like it?
All right, we have
Love
everybody
it.
in place.
I just love it.
Let's go get the panel.
How beautiful. Beautiful.
So rise for the jury. Please seated.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I understand we are ready to proceed with closing arguments. Mr. Goff.
Yeah. When did Roddy Bryan know the McMichaels brought guns? When did Roddy Bryan know Travis McMichael would shoot Mr. Arbery. And at that point, what could Roddy Bryan have done to stop it? The inconvenient truth is that Roddy Bryan did not know and could not know that these men were armed until moments before Mr. Arbery's tragic death. He did not know and could not know that Arbery would be shot. And by that time, sadly, there was nothing Roddy Bryan could do to prevent this tragedy. Roddy Bryan didn't shoot anyone. At the time of the shooting, he was some distance back. He was armed only with his cell phone. Isn't it time, ladies and gentlemen, that we send Roddy Bryan home? Roddy Bryan fully cooperated with the police. He's given several different statements. He's provided the now famous video that you've seen so many times and probably will again before we're done. Roddy provided his cell phone multiple times. He signed all kinds of consent forms. He gives them access to his truck. He gives them the night owl videos from his house, the videos that had been overlooked in the canvassing of the neighborhood because he was down at the police station. He gives them his social media. He gives them his Facebook. Ladies and gentlemen, without Roddy Bryan, there is no case. You will have to decide what justice looks like between the McMichaels and Mr. Arbery, between the McMichaels and the Arbery family. But the reason that you can do so, the reason that we can have this trial, is because of Roddy Bryan. Roddy's decision to cooperate with law enforcement to help them discover the truth about the events of February 23rd, 2020, is not the product of slick lawyering. Roddy Bryan had no lawyer on the side of the road in the minutes after Ahmaud Arbery was shot. It was not some lawyer. It was Roddy Bryan, without any lawyer, without any help, without any assistance, making that decision on his own. Roddy Bryan made the choice. Roddy Bryan decided to invite Officer Minshew to sit with him in his truck, even before Roddy Bryan has a chance to look at the video himself. All this again without a lawyer. These actions, ladies and gentlemen, demonstrate good faith. His conduct negatives any inference of criminal intent. Who is Roddy Bryan? Roddy never served his country like Travis McMichael. Roddy never served his community like Greg McMichael. Roddy is a quiet man. Roddy repairs small engines at the local hardware store. Roddy knows most of the English language, or so he believes. Roddy Bryan keeps to himself. His neighbors don't really even know who he is, even though he's lived in the neighborhood for 3 years. Roddy is not boastful or a braggart. He is not loud or boisterous. He is not an attention seeker. Roddy tries to avoid bad language, not always successfully. Roddy is respectful. He's an ordinary guy, a regular guy. Roddy Bryan is no vigilante. There's no evidence of that. Roddy isn't running around Satilla Shores with guns, openly carried in broad daylight. He didn't even bother to report the theft of his own trailer. After all, it's just stuff. That's what insurance is for. The Amish have a saying, what you take into your hand, you take into your heart. Roddy Bryan grabbed his cell phone. That's not intended as a comment upon anyone else, but that's just who Roddy is. What else does the evidence tell us about Roddy Bryan? Is Roddy Bryan the smartest guy in the room? Is he like some kind of rocket scientist? In these interviews that Mr. Bryan gives to the police, is there some clever wordplay like Mr. Bryan is smarter than everybody else? Is that what the evidence suggests in this case? The evidence suggests that Roddy Bryan legitimately struggles to find the right words, that Roddy struggles at times to convey the meaning, the truth behind those words. There is no evidence that he is a wordsmith, no evidence that Roddy was playing word games with law enforcement officers. He simply can't find the right words. The evidence in this case shows that context is key. If you honestly seek the truth here, which is your duty as jurors, if you listen carefully, you will see that what Roddy Bryan means, as opposed to simply hearing his actual words, it is clear that he never wished to hit Ahmaud Arbery. Why the prosecution felt it necessary to phrase the things the way they did in their opening statement, Ms. Dunikoski will have to answer to you for. I was unable to play it earlier, but we are now going to try and play the excerpt from the interview with Mr. Lowry, specifically that most damaging part of his statement, where he supposedly wishes that he had hit Ahmaud Arbery.
You said that you had handprints on your truck from where the guy was trying to get into it.
I feel pretty sure that's what he was doing. I mean, I can't say for sure that he was up there. He wasn't on the door. I didn't give him a chance to get to the door. But after I angled him off the side of the road, you know, and I kind of went on past him because I didn't hit him, which I would have, you know, might have took him out and shot. But, you know, I probably got past him a little bit, and he come up on me, and I could see him in my mirror, and he was coming over the door. And I seen his hands on right behind the door.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the video, as opposed to the officer's testimony, you can see Mr. Bryan's demeanor, you can see his gestures and his mannerisms, and you can see that when he says that he wished he hit Mr. Arbery, he said that just after he says that he didn't hit him, and he's expressing regret because Mr. Arbery has died. And maybe if he hadn't gotten down where he was, he wouldn't have been shot. That is much, much different in context than to suggest that Roddy Bryan wished that he had hit Mr. Arbery. That's a reflection of regret that Mr. Arbery was hurt by the McMichaels. That's certainly not a suggestion that he bore any ill will. And how many other instances of that do we have in this case? How many other times has the district attorney's office fired cheap shots at Roddy Bryan? How many times have the GBI taken cheap shots at Mr. Bryan? And in the end, you may wish to ask yourself why. Now, in the defense case, and we didn't do it, we promised we wouldn't, but it's clear that Mr. Bryan did not wish to strike Mr. Arbery, that he never had any intention of hurting Mr. Arbery. He never said anything to the contrary. The evidence will show that he had no knowledge, no reason to believe that anyone else out there meant to hurt or shoot Mr. Arbery. If they had a secret intention or desire to do that, it could not be known to him. Now, there is another excerpt that I want to play from the Minshew video. Only one, okay? Because again, I think it shows you Mr. Bryan's demeanor. It has been suggested by the state that much of what Mr. Bryan says later is somehow an after-the-fact rationalization of what happened that day. But when you listen to this, I think you'll see that the truth of what Mr. Bryan is trying to convey hasn't really changed.
Dude, he fell hard off of that thing onto his side. Got a little too excited, I think. Sorry. Yeah, chill out for a minute on that, where he hurts himself again. That thing really gets him worked up. I think because he can't see the line. He thinks it might, I don't know. You think it's alive? I don't know. Maybe. Dude, he tried to climb up this thing.
Obviously, there's a reason we all don't play more of these.
Outside of it.
Go ahead,
He did it once successfully.
What did it look like he was trying to do? He was trying to get on this side of the car, right? What did it look like he was trying to do? What?
Yeah, I mean, I cut him off pretty good now, you know, but
Did he actually pull on your handle?
I wouldn't be surprised if that's his marks right there.
Okay.
He was trying to get to the handle.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Did nobody got this on video? You just witnessed it, right?
I got it.
You got it on video?
I ain't looked at it. Okay. You ready?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right.
At what point did you start videoing?
Well, I thought he was gonna get away.
Okay.
So that was.
So you was trying to capture who he looked like.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I probably got 2 videos, 3 videos. I mean, I probably started over here. I don't know what I got because half the time I was trying to drive.
It was suggested that Roddy Bryan made up the idea that he was trying to preserve Mr. Arbery's identity, that he was trying to preserve it because he thought he was going to get away. It's been suggested that that's not what was going on. But yet, here, on the side of the road with Officer Minshew, Roddy Bryan says within minutes of the shooting that that's exactly what he was trying to do. We have one video in this case. Well, we have 2, a shorter version of the one you've seen. But when Mr. Bryan is talking with Officer Minshew, he hasn't had a chance to look at his phone. He hasn't had a chance to see what he has. He thinks he has 2 or 3 videos. He thinks he's caught much more than he had. Now, either you believe that Roddy Bryan is the smartest person in this room, that he's playing games and manipulating the police from the moment this has happened, or you know that Roddy Bryan had good faith from the start, that he tried as best he could to help the police. Maybe it would have been better if he had been able to record more, if he knew better how to operate his phone. But the idea that somehow Mr. Bryan is quote-unquote minimizing his involvement in this case, had he recovered as much video as he thought he had, he might have had the whole thing on video. And he's giving it to the police. He's inviting Officer Minshew to sit with him in the car, to look at it with him for the first time. Not with some slick Cobb County lawyer, by himself. That tells you that Roddy Bryan is not guilty. Because unless you think he's smarter than everybody else in this room, that he's smarter than all these police officers, that he's smarter than the cream of the crop, the creme de la creme of the GBI, then you know he's trying to tell you the truth. He just can't always find the words. And to hear again all this stuff about Mr. Bryan, about all these things that happened, we'll come back to that later, but when you look at the Lowry interview, when you look at Mr. Minshew, the Minshew discussion on the side of the road, you know what the truth is here. Now, if I'm out of order, I'm sorry. But again, as I've said before, the events of this day from Mr. Bryan's perspective are chaos. Mr. Bryan doesn't know what happened up the street at the English residence. He doesn't know Mr. Albenzi is out there. He doesn't know Mr. Albenzi's called 911. He assumes somebody's called 911, and he was correct, but he doesn't know. He doesn't know that Mr. Albenzi is armed and just up the street. Mr. Bryan is not in communication with anyone prior to the shooting, not Mr. Albenzi, not Diego Perez, not Gregory or Travis McMichael. At times, as you've heard, Mr. Bryan feels like he's alone out there with Mr. Arbery, and it scares him. Roddy Bryan doesn't see any guns until moments before the shooting. We'll come back to that. I think, if I recall correctly, the testimony was, although you can see, and you will see in a moment, Greg McMichael standing in the back of the pickup truck in the moments before the shooting, Mr. Bryan, on that day, doesn't even recall Gregory McMichael being in the back of the truck. He doesn't realize Gregory McMichael's in the back of the truck until later, until afterwards. Roddy Bryan thinks that it takes the police several minutes to arrive on the scene when we know it was mere seconds. Roddy gets so many basic facts wrong, so many key facts. Is it any surprise that months later he would struggle to recall details of what happened that day when he couldn't recall big, obvious details right at the time it happened? Let me shift gears for a moment. Closing statement is sometimes referred to as closing argument. Let me assure you, I don't want to argue about you with the evidence. First of all, there's 12 of you. There's only one of me, and you get the last word. Second, you know, lawyers, we tend to remember things, frankly, sometimes the way we wanted them to be or the way we expected them to be, whereas you hear it as it actually comes out. So if my recollection differs from yours, I would trust your collective memory. And I'm not supposed to say this, okay? We're all taught never to say this. But what we say as lawyers is not evidence. The evidence is what you heard. And if something I say doesn't ring true to you as what the evidence is, you don't have to wait for someone else to object. I don't want you to consider something if you don't remember it as the evidence. Now, before proceeding any further and before I forget, I do want to express my gratitude to Mr. Bryan, to the court, to my distinguished opposing counsel. As I walk through the front doors of our courthouse every day, I am reminded what an honor and an absolute privilege it has been to come before you. What I'd like to do now is go back in time. I want to take you back, if you can join me, to the morning of February 23rd, 2020. It seems, at least to me, both so very far away and yet like it was yesterday. It was a time to which many of us might wish to return, if only we could turn back time. Ahmaud Arbery is still very much alive, perhaps still asleep. Some of us, like Brooke Perez and her husband Diego, have gone off to church. Others read the Sunday paper. The politically minded may recall Bernie Sanders is the front runner for the Democrat nomination. The sports-minded may recall that the Daytona 500 had been held a week earlier down the road. Donald Trump was the Grand Marshal. And our local newspaper, the Brunswick News, covers school events celebrating Black History Month. You may recall COVID-19 is still a mystery. It's a China problem, an Italian problem. Some guy we've never heard of, Dr. Anthony Fauci, warns us that we should conserve the already dwindling supply of masks for first responders and for healthcare workers who most need them. But Roddy Bryan isn't reading the Sunday paper. Roddy Bryan is not in church. And he probably isn't paying much attention to the corona. Roddy Bryan is working on the front porch of his home. After renting for several years, Roddy and his fiancée have just purchased their home on Burford. As a small engine repair guy working at the local hardware store, this is a big deal for Roddy, and he isn't going to waste any time before fixing it up. When you think back, it was a different world, but it's the world in which these events take place, and it's in that context that we have to look at the evidence in this case. Now, I think we have the first Night Out video.
BTS,
first Night Out video,
Korean superstars, were crowned Artist of the Year at the 2021 American Music Awards.
Standing on his
What
front
is that?
porch, trying to repair a column.
What happened?
He is listening to music. The music is playing from
And they're
the
gay.
garage. The door is open. We've seen that from the previous picture. We'll see in a moment his truck is out front. If you look carefully, I believe you can see his hammer on the ground behind him. And I believe other tools as well.
We don't have our own fucking bands that can be the best artists of the year in the American Music Awards. We have to give it to a Korean band, an all gay band, pretty much. They're trying to turn our kids gay, dude. Who the fuck voted for that?
Sorry. Beggars can't be choosers. I'm going to wait on Ms. Barton. This is the front of the Bryan residence. You have to add in Mr. Bryan on the porch. You have to add in pickup truck in the driveway with lumber in the back. You have to imagine, if you will, the music playing, and it's probably playing loud because his hearing's not so good. Is there anything threatening or menacing about this picture? Is there anything threatening or menacing about this image? Or is this something we'd expect to see in a Norman Rockwell painting? We talk about driveway decisions. Mr. Arbery has driveway decisions that he's making this morning. I'm not going back into all that stuff with the Englishes and Diego Perez and Matt Albenzi and Robert Rash. That's already been covered. And although Mr. Bryan may well have read about it on the Exit 29 page, he doesn't recall it, at least on this day. But Mr. Arbery is now running down the street, running from the English residence. He's passing house after house after house on a nice Sunday afternoon. Is there any evidence that Mr. Arbery sought help, sought assistance from anyone in that neighborhood up to this point?
Do you think Korea's giving us the
Maybe
Korean
you
Music
heard it. I
Award?
did.
Do you think they're giving us that? The
But
best
if it comes up
the best
to Mr. Bryan's
fucking band
residence,
ever? Hell
He
no.
starts coming by his house.
What the fuck are we doing?
Why isn't Mr. Arbery asking for help? Why isn't he calling out, hey, somebody call 911. There's crazy people after me. Maybe that's because Mr. Arbery doesn't want help. Now, Mr. Bryan spots Mr. Arbery out of the corner of his eye. Roddy Bryan knows the joggers in the neighborhood. On his end of the neighborhood, let's be clear, it's a big neighborhood. There's 4 or 5. Ahmaud Arbery isn't one of them. Roddy Bryan's never seen Ahmaud Arbery before. Roddy Bryan intuitively, and that's the word for it, intuitively knows the difference between someone running to something and someone running from something. But that mystery is resolved pretty quickly when the white pickup truck that he does recognize from the neighborhood comes by. Now, Roddy Bryan doesn't know Travis McMichael. He would recognize Greg, but Greg McMichael is sitting on a car seat, probably with his head stuck up somewhere in the bed liner. Roddy Bryan doesn't realize Greg McMichael's in this truck till after the tragic shooting.
Objection. At this point, I'm going to object to facts, not evidence. None of this came in at all before this jury, and we would object to anything about Roddy Bryan and knowing Greg McMichael or anything.
I'm pretty sure that he specifically said in one of the interviews that we went through that he didn't realize Greg McMichael was in the truck. But the jury knows what the evidence is, and their recollection controls.
Let's stick to the evidence as it was presented to the panel.
Thank you, Your Honor. At the time that Mr. Bryan looks out, he sees Mr. Arbery in the truck. He sees them side by side. He cannot, because of the music, he really can't hear the words. I believe the testimony is he's basically reading the lips of what turns out to be Travis McMichael. He can't see Mr. Arbery's lips. He can't see what, if anything, he's saying. Mr. Bryan has told us repeatedly that he's never heard Mr. Arbery say anything from the beginning to the end. So at this point, it's clear that Mr. Arbery does not want help from Mr. Bryan. It's clear that he goes ahead and runs off. And At that point, Mr. Bryan has to make a decision. Now, there's been some testimony. I think Mr. Bryan said that he called out to them, "You got him," which would be consistent with what he's seeing on the road. But nobody else hears that we know of. We know another witness said that they didn't hear it because they testified. And we're going to play a second Night Owl video that we didn't play previously, where you see Mr. Bryan coming off his porch. Now, I'm going to suggest to you, and you will have to decide what the truth is here, that when Mr. Bryan says he called out to them, did he? Do you see that on either of these videos? Do you see it on the third one to come? Again, is Mr. Bryan relating what actually happened or what he thinks has happened? Is Mr. Bryan's mind playing tricks on him? In any event, Mr. Arbery goes down the street. Now, Mr. Bryan, at this point, we're going to go to the next Night Owl video. Oh, sorry, you went too quickly. There he is. Okay, watch carefully. Mr. Bryan has said on some occasions he walked to the kitchen. On another occasion, he said he ran to the kitchen. He said he walked back out to the truck. Another time he said he ran back out to the truck. Well, what we know from this video, it takes 13 seconds to get from the edge of the driveway into the kitchen to reach the keys and go back out to the truck. Mr. Bryan is, in fact, walking calmly to the kitchen and walking calmly
Turning that
to
down.
the truck.
It's way too fucking
His
loud.
recollection of doing otherwise is faulty. Now, we also know, as Mr. Bryan pulls out, and by the way, we also know that he left his rifle in the house, left a hammer on the porch, and went out with his cell phone. Now here we see, when Mr. Bryan initially pulls out, Mr. Bryan is pointed to the right. Now he backs up. Now it's at the very end, he backs up and he straightens out a bit. Whether Mr. Bryan said he was going to the left or the center or slightly to the left, the actual evidence in the case is consistent with him pulling straight out. And again, we know from all the other things that we've seen that Mr. Bryan's recollection of events that day simply isn't that good. Now, Mr. Bryan makes what is for him a very faithful decision. He actually pulls out in the road. Now, at one point he says he overshot the road. Another point in the same interview with Detective Lowry, he says that he crept out onto the road. The state suggests that Mr. Bryan either hit Mr. Arbery or tried to hit him and pushed him with his 5,000-pound motor vehicle. We'll come back to that in a second, but I just don't think I think the evidence is inconsistent with that. Now, I do want to talk about the indictment for a minute. Thank you. Let's take a minute to review the indictment. It is what we sometimes call a kitchen sink indictment. Everyone, all three defendants, are charged literally with everything in the indictment, every crime set forth therein. You may find this confusing and difficult to sort through at times, since the factual bases and underlying legal bases for the 5 murder counts are so closely intertwined with one another. However, this is perfectly acceptable. There's nothing improper about it. Murder is murder. Each of the remaining 4 counts of the indictment, aggravated assault with a shotgun, aggravated assault with a motor vehicle or motor vehicles, false imprisonment, and attempted false imprisonment, actually serve as predicate felonies for the felony murder counts. In other words, this indictment does not allege any offense against any defendant other than murder and the predicate offenses for murder. There are a couple legal principles I feel obligated to go over in every case. One of those is reasonable doubt. Now, you've already heard several very capable lawyers go through that, so I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time there. Without belaboring the point, however, I would refer you to what I consider the core principles at the heart of the court's charge on reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt means just what it says. It is the doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. If you are a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth, and you've certainly given us every reason to believe that you are, if at the end of the evidence you have a doubt, that is a doubt upon which you may acquit the defendant. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based on common sense. It is a doubt for which a reason can be given. If you can give a reason to doubt whether Mr. Bryan is guilty, then your mission is complete. And at that point, you should acquit Mr. Bryan. Now, I also often use this provision lifted from Robert Bolt, A Man for All Seasons, when I talk about reasonable doubt, because I find it helpful. And let's be clear, it is not a statement of the law, it is the principle behind it. Some of you may be familiar with the play and the movie, some of you may not. William Roper asked Sir Thomas More, "So now you give the devil the benefit of law?" Sir Thomas More says, "Yes. What would you do? Cut a great road through the law to get after the devil?" William Roper says, "Yes. I'd cut down every law in England to do that." Sir Thomas More replies, "Oh, and when the last law was down and the devil turned round on you, where would you hide, Roper? The laws all being flat. This country is planted thick with laws from coast to coast, man's laws, not God's. And if you cut them down, and you're just a man to do it, do you really think you could stand upright in the winds that would blow then? Yes, I'd give the devil benefit of law," Sir Thomas More says, "for my own safety's sake." And when you apply the reasonable doubt standard, remember that standard, that legal principle, isn't there for Roddy Bryan. It's not there for these other defendants. It's there for all of us. And it's a principle that we cannot forsake. The court's going to charge you, I believe, without trying to put words in his mouth, on parties to a crime. The provision that's relevant to Mr. Bryan in this case is the second one. To be a party to the crime, Mr. Bryan must intentionally help in the commission of an offense, of a crime. Mr. Bryan cannot be a party to a crime by accident. He can only be a party to the crime intentionally. And we'll come back to that principle again. Now, count one is murder. And I don't want to tread over the same ground that other counsel have tread, but the issues are somewhat different for Mr. Bryan. I hesitate even to respond to count one, because by doing so, I don't want any of you to think for a moment that there's anything here even worthy of a reply. But I am required to do so. Roddy Bryan didn't shoot Mr. Arbery. He was armed only with a cell phone, and he was a good distance away when the shots rang out. Roddy did not cause and could not cause Mr. Arbery's death within the meaning of this statute. Roddy was not the shooter, so he could not shoot Mr. Arbery unlawfully. Roddy did not shoot him at all. Roddy Bryan acted in good faith on the day in question. There is no evidence whatsoever of malice. And most importantly, and I think this echoes arguments made by others, nor can Roddy be a party to the crime of malice murder, because there is no evidence that Roddy Bryan intentionally helped Travis McMichael murder Mr. Arbery. Where is that evidence? And that takes us back to the three questions I asked a moment ago when I first stood up. Roddy Bryan certainly was not aware of any intention on the part of Travis McMichael to shoot Mr. Arbery. And I'm not saying he had that intention. You will have to decide what Travis McMichael did or did not do. But Roddy Bryant certainly was not aware of any such intention and certainly could not be a party to the crime of malice murder because he can't intentionally help commit a crime he doesn't know is underway, doesn't know is contemplated. At this point, we're going to try and go back and play the video again, the famous video. But I'm going to repeat the 3 questions that I started with. When did Roddy Bryant know that McMichaels brought guns with them? When did Roddy Bryant know Travis McMichael would shoot Mr. Arbery? And at what point, what could Roddy Bryant do to stop it? We ready? All right. Now, I'm going to try and keep up with this video. At 0.03 seconds into this video, Mr. Arbery turns around on Holmes. Now, stop.
Sorry, that was loud.
What I want you to do is not so much look at the video at this point. Listen with your ears to the noises in the background, because they tell you what's really going on, even when what you see on the screen is unclear. At 0.04, you'll hear Roddy Bryant tap the brakes. He's still in drive, and you'll see he's going at approximately 2 miles per hour. I could see. Can we stop it on the speedometer? Yeah, let's try that again. It's very, very difficult to get this video precise. Yes, we're looking for 4 seconds. We're looking for the speed on the speedometer. Okay. Well, what you can see is that Mr. Bryan is, you hear him tap the brakes. You hear Mr. Bryan tap his brakes. But he's still in drive, and he's going about 2 miles per hour, which is about the same speed that Mr. Arbery is moving. He's been described as chasing Mr. Arbery, as hunting Mr. Arbery, as attempting to run Mr. Arbery down. But what you see on the video, and there is you can see that Mr. Bryan is moving at approximately 2 miles an hour, and you can see that the seatbelt is not in place. Now, at this point, we're going to go ahead and play it to about the 17-second mark. Listen for the gear shifts. I'm sorry, it's not there yet. Go ahead. You can see Mr. Bryan's foot is not on the gas pedal.
Hey, guess what, dude? You're annoying. You're gone.
You hear a
Bye,
motor
bud.
vehicle go by. We can guess which vehicle that is. But we hear it pass. And then at 20 seconds, we're going to hear the seatbelt alarm go off. At 26 seconds, you can hear the transmission shift as Mr. Bryan puts his truck in park.
Fuck your leveling up. Go away, kid.
And then 2 seconds later, you'll hear Mr. Bryan buckle his seatbelt. Now, at about 30 seconds, and I'm going to go through this with you before we play it so you'll know what to listen for. Mr. Bryan utters the famous words, "I'm going to keep going." And you'll notice that his cell phone is down. This is where he says, "I'm going to keep going." And the state is suggesting to you, if I recall the opening statement and the opening portion today, that this is where Mr. Bryan is turning around to give chase to Mr. Arbery in the moments before his death. But if you listen carefully, I think you'll hear a somewhat different story and a different truth.
You know what?
Mr. Bryan says, "I'm going to keep going." He's put the car in gear. But if you watch, you'll see Mr. Bryan isn't going back towards Mr. Arbery. He's not going back towards the McMichaels. He's going in the opposite direction. And he starts at a high rate of speed. Here, the wheels lose traction slightly. Now, you can't see yet, but he's not
The FBI
moving
records. The
towards
next
Mr.
fucking
Arbery.
message
He's
you
moving
retract, I'm
away.
deleting your
You
ass.
see why
Fuck
I'm
off.
Now,
Dumb
here you
shit.
can see the speedometer is, at this point, he's slowed back down. He's at 4 miles an hour at the 51-second mark. And shortly after this, you hear him put shift the transmission again. And I think you'll see it's clear from the context, which is a K-turn, that he is putting the truck into reverse. And then a few seconds later, he puts it back into drive.
The FBI
This
dude.
is
I don't
the
know his name.
K-turn
FBI
near the top of Holmes that you see on the reenactment video. Top of Holmes near Zellwood. Go ahead. Okay. When I start the video up, when we start the video up, it's a team project here. When we start the video up, listen for Mr. Bryan's breathing. I think when you hear his breathing, you will hear something different than the state has suggested. Now, I can't tell you how to interpret it, but what I hear is someone who is labored breathing. Breathing as if he was in fear. Also, around the same time, watch Mr. Bryan's leg, which is momentarily visible on the
Shut the
gas
fuck
pedal,
up, please.
and see whether you don't agree
Shut up.
that Mr. Bryan's
Fuck, you've been meowing all
leg
morning.
is literally shaking. Now, you know, he's not driving a Cadillac. I'm sure there's vibration in the vehicle, but if you watch his leg in relation to the rest of the car, to the rest of the truck, I think you'll agree that Mr. Bryan at this point is shaking.
Dude, I'm cutting those
All right,
stupid
let's
fucking
try that
meow
again.
shits off too. Y'all are fucking. Y'all just grind shit into the fucking ground until it's old. Who the fuck are you, Derek? You're gone, asshole. Fuck off.
Did we play the right portion there, or did we miss it? Okay. All right.
Fucking
At this
nobody.
point, Roddy Bryan is looking down, back down Holmes. Now, what does he do here? He's pulled up his cell phone. His cell phone's been down because he was driving away. When Mr. Bryan said that he was going home, when he said the guy didn't want to be caught, that's all consistent with this video. Now we can see that he's turned around. The question is, ladies and gentlemen, why is he turning around? Technically, this is the shorter path back to his house. It may be easier to get in the driveway. You can see the bushes in the video out front. Maybe. Maybe he's trying to document what's going on. He said that's what he was trying to do. Maybe, and that's just me going out on a limb, I'm going to suggest to you that perhaps, and I know I'll get grief for this, I would submit to you that you can call it karma, you can call it fate, I would call it divine providence. Somebody is guiding Mr. Bryan, whether it's a conscious thought process or not. Something is guiding Mr. Bryan down this street. to document what's going on. Just like Mr. Bryan's on his porch. Why does he go out? He doesn't know. He gets in his car, he sits out there, he doesn't even know why. He's being guided, whether that's by a God, if you believe in a God, or by some other entity. But do you really believe it's just coincidence or chance? Do you really believe Mr. Bryan is trying to lie or deceive you at this point? But we're going to go ahead and we're going to continue playing the video. Some truckers interview. Right? Okay. Mr. Bryan is traveling, as he testified, as an agent indicated in the reenactment video, he's traveling at 10 or 15 miles an hour. He's traveling faster than Mr. Arbery. But clearly, if he was trying to hunt him down, he would be going a lot faster. More to the point, at this point, as Mr. Bryan comes around the dog leg, what we're seeing here, I can't be sure whether this is the enhanced video or not, but what we're seeing here in this courtroom with the artificial interior lighting is certainly a better view than Mr. Bryan has actually looking through that phone with the glare and other stuff that's going to be in the car on a sunny day. Anyone who's tried to look at pictures on their phone while they're driving on a day like this understands that sometimes you can't see the phone at all. But assuming that Mr. Bryan has 20/20 vision, and assuming that he has every bit as good a view of his phone as he's driving as you see here, where's Travis McMichael? I can't see Travis McMichael in this picture. Really, honestly, I can't see Greg McMichael in this picture. And I certainly can't see any guns. Now, what's our post on this one? Where is this? This is at 1:15 into a 1:43 video. And Mr. Bryan at this point has no reason to know that the individuals in that truck have guns. All right, let's, okay. All right, you can still, at this point I think you can see that there's a shadow, a silhouette of what's Travis McMichael. But from where Mr. Bryan is in his vehicle, again, even if he has a perfect view of his phone, you can't see a weapon. You can't see anybody's armed. All right, we're going to go forward again. At 1:15, now watch, you see that Mr. Bryan's phone is focused to the right of the truck. Why? Because Roddy Bryan doesn't know Matt Albenzi is down on Jones at 220 Satilla with his phone and his gun. The McMichaels know because Mr. Albenzi's given them the hand signal. Mr. Arbery knows because he's run out of the house away from Mr. Albenzi. But Roddy Bryan doesn't know that. Roddy Bryan is thinking that Mr. Arbery, like he has for the last minute or so that he's been out there, that Mr. Arbery is just going to go around the truck like he's gone around the trucks the whole time and head out Satilla towards the exit to the neighborhood. All right, go ahead again. At 1:16, Travis's silhouette should come in view. That's Greg McMichael. Or past that. Okay. Now there's Greg McMichael in the back of the truck. Now we know that he has a gun. I think at this point he's on the cell phone. But
Hey, thank you,
from
Luna.
Mr. Roddy Bryan's vantage point, looking through this phone as he's trying to drive on a sunny day in his truck, how can Mr. Bryan know that Greg McMichael has a gun or that he's drawn it? He can't. Go ahead. Go to 121, play to 121. All right, this is 121. You can see Mr. Arbery. You can see how far back Mr. Bryan is. And you can see Mr. Arbery going to the left momentarily. And way over here, and I promise not to touch the screen. this little fuzzy black thing here, this silhouette is Travis McMichael. Where on this video, putting aside the fact that Mr. Bryant's not going to have as good a view driving on a sunny day in his car, from this video alone, where is Mr. Travis McMichael's shotgun? Roddy Bryant can't see any weapon. He has no reason to know that these men are armed. And at this point, there's 20 seconds left in this video. And we're just going to go ahead and play it. And you tell me, in your mind, because you can't tell me, figure out when Roddy Bryant can see Travis McMichael's shotgun. Because Roddy's looking the wrong way. He's looking to the right, expecting Mr. Arbery to run off. Wow. We're now at what? Where are we on the timestamp? 128. We're now at 128. Roddy Bryant has never seen, and I don't care what is in any prior statement, we know looking at this video, Roddy Bryant's never seen the shotgun until after it's been discharged.
How did we know that?
The first time. That's not an opinion. That's fact. You're looking at it.
Because his camera wasn't facing over there?
You just never looked at it from this perspective before.
Doesn't matter. My fucking camera's not attached to my eyeballs.
That's it. Now again, oh, I already had it there. Having looked at the video again slowly from Mr. Bryant's perspective, when did Roddy Bryant know the McMichaels brought guns? I would submit to you that Mr. Bryant doesn't know that there's a gun until it goes off. Not because it wasn't there, but you see what Mr. Bryant is seeing. When did Roddy Bryant know Travis would shoot Mr. Arbery? I would submit to you he can't know until Mr. Arbery is actually shot. And at that point, what could Roddy Bryant do to stop this tragic shooting? The state has thrown out all kinds of theories. He could have honked his horn. He could have gone to the left. He could have gone to the right. He should have backed up. Well, obviously, if Mr. Bryant saw a shotgun pointing down the street in his direction, he probably would have at least ducked. But he doesn't do that because Roddy Bryant can't see the gun. And when the state tells you that he was hunting Mr. Arbery down, what they're trying to tell you is that he's going down the road towards them when he's going up the road away from them. And when he says he turns around, he brings the video back up, he takes the best video that we have, the only video we have of this shooting. So when Mr. Bryant says on the side of the road on February 23rd to Officer Minshew, I was trying to record what happened. I don't know what I got. I think I got 2 or 3. He only got 1. But fortunately, he got the one that you need to figure out what justice is in this case. And again, it's not for Roddy Bryant, it's not for me to say what justice is here between the McMichaels and Mr. Arbery and his family. That's not our call, that's your call. But again, but for Mr. Bryant, whether you call it serendipity, luck, coincidence, or the hand of God here, not once, but twice, has someone who keeps to themselves, who never gets involved in anybody else's business, who is almost a stranger in his own neighborhood,
good old boy,
has now gone out and gotten a video, which is the best evidence for you to look at in trying to figure out what happened here. Now, it's going to come up in different contexts, but the judge is going to instruct you on the principle of abandonment. And it has more than one application here, but basically, if somebody abandons a criminal enterprise, then they cannot be held criminally responsible for it. Maybe you believe that Mr. Bryan was attempting to falsely imprison Mr. Arbery. Of course, that would depend on whether or not the McMichaels were authorized to make a citizen's arrest. We'll talk more about those issues later. But this is a defense, and it is the burden of the state to disprove that defense beyond a reasonable doubt. Under the facts of this case, from this video, as we've just gone through it, how could anyone say beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Bryan, having turned away, that he didn't come back for the right reasons? How can one say that he's lied on February 23rd when he says he was trying to get a recording of Mr. Arbery, that he was trying to document what was going on because he thought Mr. Arbery was going to get away and he wanted the police to have that information? Those aren't my words. Those are his words, way back, moments after the shooting. Now, having seen that Mr. Bryan was going away and then turned around and put the video back up, how is that not a reasonable doubt in this case? Now, I don't know what Ms. Dunikowski is going to say, is going to say when she gets back up here. I do know that it seems like every technician in creation has been involved in this case. Drone this, footage that, filter this, enhance that. We got 20 million frames of every second of the footage in this case. But how, in the course of all that work, does someone who's practically computer illiterate figure out that they have this case all wrong? How is that possible? And how do you know that? Count the gear shifts, ladies and gentlemen. The state's theory is that there's 3 shifts, 3 changes in direction. That's 6 gear shifts. They're not audible. We know what happened. And I don't care what Travis McMichael says. I don't care what anybody else says. I'm looking at the video, and I'm listening for the changes. You know that when this, right here, when Mr. Arbery turns around, and whatever Mr. Bryan thinks he's doing with the wheel, I don't see much actual movement, okay? I see him at 2 miles an hour, and then his foot's off the gas pedal. Whatever Mr. Bryan thinks he did, I don't think it was much. But you know that he's driving away from Mr. Arbery at this point, because he can't go back and then go back and then go back again, because there aren't enough gear shifts. All right,
dude, what's Roundhead been saying?
I want to talk to you about felony murder. Now, there are more capable lawyers than I in this courtroom, and they certainly have come up with great ways to analyze all these things that make it simple. I'm just not quite as adept as they are. So if I take a little longer, I apologize. The predicate offenses for the felony murder counts, those are counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, or counts 6, 7, 8, and 9. And I will address each of the underlying or predicate felonies in a moment. But right now I want to talk about something called proximate cause. Because to support any of the felony murder counts in this case, there has to be a causal relationship to the death of Ahmaud Arbery. And there is no such relationship in this case. Without trying to put words in the court's mouth, I think the court's going to charge you, well, I'm not there yet. You may find the defendant guilty of felony murder if you believe that Mr. Bryan caused the death of Mr. Arbery, regardless of whether Mr. Bryan intended the death to occur. That's felony murder. There must be some causal connection between the felony and the death. The court, I believe, will instruct you that felony murder is not established simply because the death occurred at the same time or shortly after the felony was attempted or committed. The burden on the state is much greater. The felony must have been directly caused, or must have directly caused the death, or played both a substantial and necessary part in causing the death. In this case, you may also consider whether any intervening act, those are my words, whether on the part of the McMichaels or Mr. Arbery were sufficient to break the causal chain of events. Actually, I believe both of the lawyers that preceded me for the McMichael defendants have pointed out the error in the state's argument here. Listen carefully to the court's charge. The words "but for" appear nowhere in that charge. They are not to be found. Why? Because "but for" is not the standard. It's too easy a standard. It's too low a standard. It doesn't meet the law. Why? Mr. Sheffield pointed out that but for, I think, Mr. Travis McMichael's grandparents, Travis McMichael wouldn't have been there. Likewise, I would say, but for Roddy Bryan's birth, there's no way that this crime could have taken place under the state's reasoning. You know, the same thing could be said, but for Larry English installing surveillance cameras. The McMichaels would never have known that this was the fellow running by them. But for Matt Albenzi pulling out his wood chipper that day and working in the front yard, he never would have saw Mr. Arbery. But for the actions of Robert Rash and Diego Perez, this incident might not have happened. But for Mr. Albenzi calling the normal police number instead of 911, the police might have responded faster and things might have been different. But for Mr. Albenzi cutting off the Satilla Drive exit, Mr. Arbery might have escaped. But for 100 different things, all of which had to come together in the exact sequence for this tragedy to take place, it could not have happened. So simply saying that but for Mr. Bryan being there that day, that's not the standard. And the state doesn't even try and meet the standard that the court is going to instruct you on. Now maybe they're just waiting until they have the last word. And all I can say about that is that's just dirty pool. And I certainly hope that's not what's going on. Now, again, with all respect to the state, who have some very capable lawyers, when we look objectively at the events of February 23rd, I would respectfully submit to you that Roddy Bryan's presence is absolutely superfluous and irrelevant to the tragic death of Ahmaud Arbery. Now that may not be intuitively obvious, but if you think about it, I believe you'll agree. Had Roddy Bryan stayed in bed that day, if Roddy Bryan had stayed on his front porch, would Ahmaud Arbery be alive today? If the state's theory is that these men, and I'm not saying that's the case, you decide what the deal is with the co-defendants, but if the theory is that these men were vigilantes and harbored some ill will towards Mr. Arbery, then what difference does it make whether Roddy Bryan is there or not? Mr. Arbery can't outrun bullets. They've been chasing him for a while, and he's at practically point-blank range even before he comes around the truck. The problem is, for the state, that Mr. Albenzi, thankfully not indicted, not yet anyway, Mr. Albenzi is down the street with his firearm. Roddy Bryan doesn't know that. That's why Roddy Bryan goes down Satilla momentarily as Mr. Bryan is turning up the road. You'll remember the testimony where the state was trying to say that Mr. Bryan was trying to run him over, when in fact Mr. Arbery had already turned up Holmes by the time Mr. Bryan put his car in reverse. One of them, several times, they incorrectly stated he was trying to run Mr. Arbery over. The reason that Mr. Bryan is continuing down Satilla is he doesn't know that Mr. Albenzi is there. He can't. But Mr. Arbery does, which is why Mr. Arbery is not going to go down that way. Now, my point to you is, Mr. Arbery is on foot. The McMichaels are in a pickup truck. We know they circle around all the way up Zellwood to the top of Holmes. How does Mr. Bryan's presence on the road that
Hey guys, I don't have COVID.
whatever he thought he was doing, okay? Because if the idea is that he imprisoned Mr. Arbery by himself, that somehow, and those are the words he uses, that he cornered Mr. Arbery by himself, I guess, between his truck and the mailbox, I don't know, between his truck and the marsh, I don't know, the state will have to explain the theory to you, but the truck can go a lot faster. Mr. Arbery, if he's superhuman, might be doing 5 or 6 miles an hour, maybe 7. That pickup truck is capable of probably driving 100 miles an hour, maybe 90. Mr. Bryan's presence on the road has nothing to do with the ability of the McMichael defendants to cut Mr. Arbery off. Why? Because even though Roddy Bryan doesn't know it, Matt Albans has cut off one of the 2 exits from the neighborhood, and the McMichaels are already at the top of homes. They've cut off the second. Mr. Bryan is not trapping Mr. Arbery. He's trapped the moment the McMichaels get to the top of homes. It doesn't really matter what Roddy does. Now, they do come down the road, and there is a brief time period before the shooting where technically Mr. Bryan is behind Mr. Arbery. But it's clear by this point, it's certainly clear to Mr. Arbery, that he cannot outrun the McMichaels. No matter where he goes, they can follow. So again, how is Mr. Bryan's presence on this day in any meaningful way the cause of this shooting? And by the time Mr. Bryan gets around the dog leg, Mr. Arbery is already well within range of the shotgun that Travis McMichael is holding and the handgun that Gregory McMichael has. So if their intention, and again, I'm not suggesting that it's their intention, but if the McMichaels meant harm to Mr. Arbery, if they meant to shoot him that day, what in the world does Mr. Bryan's presence out there have to do with anything? I would submit to you that this is basically all a smokescreen from the state, because Mr. Bryan's presence doesn't contribute in a direct or substantial way to the death of Mr. Arbery, because the McMichaels were certainly capable of catching up with him and shooting him if that was their intention. One more proximate cause issue I want to discuss on these 4 felony murder counts, because it's basically the same issue. And the issue, the principle is one of intervening acts. The judge is going to instruct you that that the causation must be direct and it must be substantial. And although the charge doesn't use the words, essentially it must be unbroken. Anything that breaks the chain of causation prevents a return of a verdict on felony murder.
Objection. Obviously, there's an issue. That is.
Mr. Goff, if we could please, if you were going to make representation with regard to the law that will be charged to the jury,
yes,
if we could remain within the charge that has already been approved by the court and that will be read by the court.
Let me, thank you, Your Honor. Let me go back and make sure I haven't misspoken. The court is going to charge you, I believe, that the felony must have directly caused the death or played a substantial and necessary part in causing the death. In this case, what I'm suggesting to you is that if either the actions of Mr. Arbery or the actions of Travis McMichael or the actions of both contributed to Mr. Arbery's death, then Mr. Bryan cannot be the direct, the substantial, and the necessary cause of that death. What am I talking about? I think it's already been referenced. I could be wrong. I don't want to misspeak. That that Ahmaud Arbery turns in front of the vehicle at the last, the white pickup truck at the last moment, and basically meets Travis McMichael in the front of the truck. We can't see in front of the truck, but we know that's where they are. The question for you is, and I'm not trying to decipher who did what or why, because from Mr. Bryan's perspective, it doesn't matter. It does for yours, but from Mr. Bryan's perspective, it doesn't matter. But Mr. Arbery's decision at that last moment to turn left instead of right, as Mr. Bryan would have expected, as you can tell from the way he's angling his phone, anticipating Mr. Arbery's path of travel, when Mr. Arbery turns to the left, does that not break the causal chain in this case? I would submit that it does. Whether Mr. Arbery is justified in turning and coming at Mr. McMichael or not, that's for you to decide. That affects other people in this case. But Mr. Bryan is not responsible for that. That breaks the chain, the causal chain. It's no longer substantial and necessary. It's no longer direct. Likewise, when Mr. Travis McMichael closes the distance from to the left of the truck as you're looking at it on the screen towards the middle of the truck, or exactly where, I'll let y'all figure that out. But when Travis McMichael does that, regardless of whether Travis McMichael is justified in doing so, doesn't that also break the direct causation? Does it not also break the substantial and necessary part of Mr. Bryan in causing the death of Mr. Arbery? I would submit to you that Mr. Bryan cannot be the direct and substantial and necessary cause of Mr. Arbery's death. Whether that is the fault, for lack of a better phrase, of Mr. McMichael, the fault of Mr. Arbery, or the fault of both, or simply without any fault on either part, an unavoidable tragedy, why should Roddy Bryan be held responsible for that? I would submit to you under the law that Mr. Bryan cannot be guilty of any of the felony murder counts for that reason alone. All right, we're to count 6. Count 6 alleges aggravated assault by shooting. Now, we know that Roddy Bryan did not shoot Mr. Arbery. The theory here is parties to a crime. And again, how can Mr. Bryan intentionally help commit a crime that he has no reason to believe is about to take place? When did Mr. Bryan see the gun? When does Mr. Bryan know they're armed? At what point, at that point, what can Mr. Bryan do about it? Again, you've seen from the video that by the time Mr. Bryan knows that the McMichaels are armed, it's mere seconds before the shooting takes place. So the idea that Mr. Bryan's going to get out of his car or honk or yell, stop, we know that's fantasy on the part of the state. What's going to happen is going to happen at that point. Mr. Bryan cannot be guilty as a part of the crime because he can't intentionally help commit a crime he doesn't have reason to believe is going to take place. And he doesn't help. The McMichaels could have shot Mr. Arbery. Had that been their intention, the McMichaels could have shot Mr. Arbery before he got to Roddy Bryan's driveway. They could have done it the whole time. That's got nothing to do with Roddy Bryan. They don't need Roddy Bryan's help to shoot this young man. And I'm not implying guilt or innocence here. It's not my call. That's your call for the other defendants. But what does that have to do with Mr. Bryan? That takes us back to aggravated assault, count 7. I've discussed the physical evidence with you before, the lack thereof, and I'm going to go through that just as quickly as I can. I would note that the state presented no rebuttal evidence during the trial of the case, and so the evidence is the same as it was when we first had this conversation. I would submit to you that Roddy Bryan isn't out there like Evel Knievel, tearing up his neighbor's yards. How do we know that? First, look at the pictures of the damage done by his truck tires. There's no evidence of that. Second, there's no evidence neighbors complained or reported destruction. Third, there's no evidence of landscaping material or other material on the underside of his truck. How could this be with a deep, perhaps watery drain? I think the evidence was conflicting. Drainage ditch running along much of Burford. Again, the context is key. I believe counsel for one of the McMichaels pointed the same thing out, basically. How hard can it be to evade and elude someone who can't go off-road without doing more damage than the neighbors would allow? There's no evidence from the truck's computer system. Roddy Bryan, again, is either the smartest guy in the room, or I guess he's just the luckiest guy in the world, because when he speaks to Minshew on the scene, and later to Lowry, Detective Lowry, that Sunday afternoon, he has no way of knowing whether that information has or will be preserved. Nor is there any evidence that Roddy Bryan tampered with it. Certainly, you can't blame him that law enforcement wait several months to pursue that evidence. There's no evidence that Mr. Bryan deleted or edited the video from 223 either. We know he couldn't, practically speaking. He watched it at the same time as the police officer. Where is the physical evidence on the roadway of Mr. Bryan's aggressive driving? Where are the tire tracks, the brake marks, the skid marks? For all the times Mr. Bryan supposedly has stopped short or changed direction so that he doesn't destroy anything. There's simply no physical evidence of aggressive driving. What about the lumber in the back of the truck? The evidence shows it's still in the back of his truck afterwards. There's no evidence that any of those timbers went through the back of his windshield. No evidence Mr. Bryan had to drive back around the neighborhood picking them up. No evidence of damage to the bed line or the tailgate. I don't believe there's evidence of even a scratch attributed to all the acrobatic maneuvers implied by the state. I'm not sure there's even a picture of the front of Mr. Bryan's truck in evidence, but if there is, I'm sure Ms. Dunikowski will provide it for you. Nobody's been looking for that evidence because there was no crime to investigate. There are no witnesses. Nobody will testify that they saw Mr. Bryan drive aggressively or recklessly. No neighbors will testify to that because it didn't happen. We have a neighborhood chock full of security videos. None of them catch this aggressive driving. What does the medical examiner tell us? The medical examiner testified extensively in this trial. He testified, I believe, that the pickup truck could be a deadly weapon, depending on the manner in which it was used, and that's consistent with the charge this court is going to give you. But what evidence is there that Mr. Bryan did, in fact, injure Mr. Arbery? I don't recall there being any testimony of any physical injuries to Mr. Arbery attributable to Mr. Bryan's actions. The cause of death was gunshot. Let's talk about the fingerprint evidence for a moment. The fingerprint or palm print is at the driver's side door on the side of the pickup truck. Mr. Bryan points this out in the minutes after the shooting to Officer Minshew. There are no prints or cotton fibers on the front of the truck or on the back of the truck. Now, last I checked, unless you're a Hollywood stunt person, maybe a veteran of Fast and Furious, Tokyo Drift, you're not in control unless you're out of control. I think that was the trailer for the movie. Absent something extraordinary like that, we know that pickup trucks don't move sideways. We also know, when I said earlier there was no witness, we have a witness, and that's Travis McMichael. Travis McMichael testified about the events of 2/23/20.
Dude, he just got his movies mixed up, didn't he? Tokyo Drift. He watched this Tokyo Drift? What the fuck? I don't know, man.
Travis McMichael did not testify to aggressive driving on the part of Roddy Bryan. Travis McMichael testified, I believe, to Mr. Arbery attempting to get in Roddy Bryan's vehicle not once, but
literally
twice.
The most cut and dry.
Carjacking is a felony. Attempted carjacking is a felony. You will be charged on what attempt is. But the point here is that the objective evidence is not that Mr. Bryan was engaged in aggressive behavior. The evidence is that Mr. Arbery was. And I don't say that as a measure of disrespect to Mr. Arbery. That's just what the testimony is. And I think the state questioned that. I could be wrong, but if I could remind the jury, I believe during the testimony of Special Agent Jason Sechrist, during that testimony, I believe I specifically referenced page 54 of that transcript. There's a time there when Roddy Bryan is testifying, and he says, he's coming back at me, and I'm like, oh, blank, excuse me, again. And I started a kind of evasive action, which we see on the video, and dropped the phone. So long before Mr. Bryan has any reason to believe that anybody else has seen this, he's provided that information.
He's trying to put the jury to sleep, I think.
Getting a look. What time is it?
He's trying to get number 12 to knock out.
Getting back to Mr. Bryan's statements, as I've indicated before, context is the key. It's not what the words Mr. Bryan's using. It's the truth, the meaning that he's attempting to convey with them. And I think I may have used the example before. If I were to say, I ran into your ex in the parking lot at Walmart, you wouldn't assume I ran them over, although technically you could interpret the words that way. There are a lot of words that we use. When we talk on this coming weekend, when Bulldog fans talk about wrecking tech, we don't actually expect that they will. It's a figure of speech. And again, through the examination of these officers, we see that the words that the state has taken have been taken out of context. We see that they've been juxtaposed in inappropriate ways to suggest a conversation that was different than it was. But I can tell you remember this discussion previously, so I'm going to truncate that discussion by pointing out the obvious. 3 police officers interview Roddy Bryan. They don't Mirandize him. They don't tell him that he's under investigation, because he's not. At the time of all these interviews, Roddy Bryan is a witness. At the conclusion of the Glenn County Police Department report, Roddy Bryan is still a witness. Roddy Bryan may not be careful with his words, because Roddy Bryan's never been told anybody's looking at him. But the bottom line is this: 3 good, solid police officers that you heard testify all interview Mr. Bryan. All of them write written summaries of their reports. I think I went through the 5-page version of Mr. Sechrest. I think I went through the versions of the other officers, not the transcripts, but their actual summaries. 3 police officers who know exactly what they're doing interview Mr. Bryan. None of them interpret his words to suggest that he committed an aggravated assault. None of them interpret his words to suggest that he was involved in any false imprisonment. None of them hear that in what he says. And I would humbly suggest to you that if 3 police officers interview Mr. Bryan for what turns out to be a total of hours, okay, you remember we had an argument about how long the transcripts were and what that would mean. I don't care how you break it down. 3 experienced police officers interviewed Mr. Bryan. None of them summarized for their superiors that Mr. Bryan attempted to run over Mr. Arbery, attempted to strike Mr. Arbery, or attempted to imprison Mr. Arbery. It's not there. And if that isn't a reasonable doubt on count 7 aggravated assault, I just don't know what it would be. Before I leave count 7, I do want to discuss lesser offenses. I'm not really sure why we call them lesser offenses, but that's what we call them. With respect to the aggravated assault count, with respect to Mr. Bryan only, the court is going to charge you on 3 lesser offenses. 2 of them are pretty much garden variety. One of them is a traffic offense. We'll leave those for your consideration. The 3rd one I do want to discuss, however. That is reckless conduct. We don't see that one as often, so let me take a minute and discuss that. In reckless conduct, that offense is committed when a person commits reckless conduct when that person endangers the bodily safety of another person by consciously disregarding a substantial and unjustifiable risk that his act or omission will cause harm or endanger the safety of the other person. And the disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care which a reasonable person would exercise. I would suggest to you that Mr. Bryan did not consciously disregard a substantial unjustifiable risk in operating his motor vehicle. We would submit to you that Mr. Bryan did not commit any offense in the operation of his motor vehicle. But this is before you, and if you decide that you believe Mr. Bryan's guilty of that, then Mr. Bryan will have to live with the consequences. We have 2 counts left, and Your Honor, I'm getting a look, and I don't know whether that means
from whom.
I think the jury might want a break. It's there. That's up to them. Head shaking, no. Okay. Well, then that's the answer. Sometimes when people are shaking their heads, you don't know what they mean. All right. Sometimes people are shaking their heads, yeah, he's crazy. I get it. All right, let's talk a little bit about false imprisonment. Mr. Bryan never denied following Mr. Arbery. Mr. Bryan has never denied, quote unquote, angling his vehicle ahead of Mr. Arbery, although he did not use the words in the first interview as the state had suggested. He did use that word subsequently. Mr. Bryan's never denied blocking Mr. Arbery's path of travel. He's never denied cutting in ahead of Mr. Arbery. He's admitted that he did that several times, but as to exactly how many times or where or when, I believe the state acknowledged in their opening that they really didn't know the path of travel. It is essentially speculation. But what we've shown you, I think, at this point is that although Mr. Bryan did all those things, that's not a false imprisonment. Among other things, Mr. Bryan with his own vehicle can't do that on his own. And we know that the McMichael vehicle has gone back down Satilla to Zellwood and all the way around, which is why Mr. Arbery is alone there for key parts of this encounter. All right. The court will charge you on the law with respect to false imprisonment. This is count 8. The McMichael attorneys have already gone over this in some detail. I'll try to avoid that same ground. First, where there is no confinement, no detention, there can be no false imprisonment. That's the law, pretty basic. Mr. Arbery never really stopped. He never submitted. I think the state's position was that Mr. Arbery resisted to the end of his life. And in saying that, I mean no disrespect to Ahmaud Arbery. I do not wish in any way to lessen the magnitude of this tragedy. I'm simply applying the relevant law to the facts. I'm going to use a different example to kind of illustrate the point I'm trying to make. I try to be humorous at sometimes the humor is not successful. If it's not, please don't hold it against Mr. Bryan. To illustrate the point I'm trying to make here, let us consider the classic example of a bank robbery. A man with a gun enters the bank and yells, "Get down on the ground. I will shoot." There are 3 customers in the bank. The first is a lawyer. The second is a school teacher. The third is a college freshman listening to music, texting a girl, and late for class. Now, instead of getting on the ground, and before the robber can even finish his thought, the lawyer foolishly asks, "Hey, don't I know you?" The lawyer gets shot. He instantly dies. This is murder, or felony murder. However, this is not false imprisonment. The second customer, the school teacher, says, "Please don't shoot me. I have children. I'm taking a busload of kids to the museum." She gets on the ground. The school teacher has complied with the robber's commands. She's shaken but otherwise okay. The school teacher, she has been falsely imprisoned. The third customer, the college freshman, for whatever reason, ignores the bank robber. The college freshman says nothing, but runs out the door just as fast as he can. He never looks back. When his parents call later that day asking how he's doing, the college freshman doesn't even mention his near-death experience. The college freshman, although certainly fortunate to be alive, has not been falsely imprisoned. Likewise, in the case before us under Georgia law, I would respectfully submit to you whatever other crimes may have been committed that day, Mr. Arbery was not falsely imprisoned prior to his tragic death. Now, Ms. Donikoski may see things differently. For reasons that should soon be clear, she may contend, remember, under Georgia law, she always gets the last word, that Mr. Arbery did somehow submit in the last moments of his life to a combination of the harsh verbal commands of the McMichael defendants, if they did so, and the brandishment of the shotgun, if that happened. That's not exactly the way I recall the evidence, but I would submit that there's still no false imprisonment here as a matter of law. Why? Please look more carefully at count 8. Mr. Bryan is not charged with falsely imprisoning Mr. Arbery with either verbal commands or guns. That is not how the indictment reads. It alleges that Mr. Arbery was confined and detained, quote unquote, using said pickup trucks. the Cobb County District Attorney, I would suggest that you should hold them to that language. Nor does Count 8 allege that Mr. Arbery was falsely imprisoned on Burford. Count 9 alleges an attempt to commit false imprisonment on Burford. We'll come back to that. But Count 8 does not allege that Mr. Arbery was falsely imprisoned on Burford. Now, that may be where the state contends the chase started, but the indictment alleges that false imprisonment with pickup trucks happened on Holmes. The state contends that what you see on the that's what the state contends you see on the now famous video. We'll come back to that. There are several legal principles we should review before I move on. Again, I think I've discussed this. Abandonment is a defense to the charge of false imprisonment. And I think I've been through that, so I won't torture you with that again. We're getting there. Things I've already covered, I'm not going to repeat for you. All right. Trying to find... We've covered that. All right. Attempted false imprisonment. In count 9, Roddy Bryan is charged with attempted false imprisonment on Burford Drive. He's not charged with attempted false imprisonment on Holmes, only Burford. There are reasons for that, but they're really not relevant to this discussion. The court will charge you that in order to commit the crime of criminal attempt to commit false imprisonment, the state must prove intent to commit false imprisonment, because that's required to be a party to the crime. In other words, to prove an attempt, which is what is known as an inchoate crime, the state must show Mr. Bryan's specific intent to falsely imprison Arbery. In other words, for the attempt charge, Mr. Bryan would have to know that the McMichaels with whom he had not spoken lacked probable cause. Now, whether you ultimately determine that the McMichaels had probable cause or that Mr. Bryan had it on his own, there obviously was some considerable testimony about his trailer being taken, something taken out of a family member's truck. He had indicated he got the security system because of concerns. He had heard a bunch of stuff at work, but specifically with respect to the McMichaels, because he's not spoken to the McMichaels, he can't have the specific intent to help them falsely imprison Mr. Arbery. It's just a quirk of the law that he can't be convicted on that basis. Now, almost done. When I go home this evening to 174 St. Clair, I will be sleeping soundly for the first time in a while, because this case hopefully will have been submitted to you by then, and my work will be done. Ms. Dunikowski is going to get the last word. I ask yourselves to ask the questions that I will not be able to. Please don't allow any more cheap shots, no more gotcha moments in this case. You will recall the state, I believe that was Ms. Dunikowski, playing the video of a utility truck stopping at the English residence, and the guy jumps out to use the porta potty, which was relevant to absolutely nothing other than Ms. Dunikowski's desire to reinforce for you the fact that Mr. Arbery was dead. That was clearly inappropriate. It was what I call a gotcha moment, and I would submit there's already been too much of it. You know, we've had professional witnesses come in here trying to tell you who you should believe. Again, please no more cheap shots in closing. And then, of course, we have the state talking about the death penalty for theft, for which they were admonished by the court. and I'm not trying to rub it in, but I would suggest to you that given all of the cheap shots and all of the misstatements, I won't say they're knowing, we won't be jumping any assumptions, but given all the cheap shots in this case against Mr. Bryan, I would hope that when Ms. Dunikoski has the last word here, that you will hold her accountable and that you will not accept or tolerate any more cheap shots when I have no opportunity to respond. Again, I'm going to posit these three questions to you. When did Roddy Bryan know the McMichaels brought guns? When did Roddy Bryan know Travis McMichael would shoot Mr. Arbery? And at that point, what could Roddy Bryan possibly have done to stop it? Mr. Bryan put his faith in the Glenn County Police Department, and then he put his faith in the GBI. He put his trust in law enforcement. He put his trust in our government to do the right thing by him. His trust was not rewarded, and now he finds himself before you. We place Roddy Bryan's fate in your hands. We ask you to return a verdict of not guilty on all counts. I ask you to send Roddy Bryan home. Thank you.
All right, thank you, counsel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a 15-minute recess. We need to work through some scheduling issues and figure out where we are, and we will bring you back out for a continuation of the case or other announcements in about 15 minutes. Thank you.
All right, for the jury. Seated.
All right. It is it's almost 4:45. As far as the state's remainder of closing.
Yes, Judge. I'm going to take the full 2 hours. I have way too much to talk about and to rebut, given the excellent 3 closing arguments that were just done by the defense attorneys.
From counsel.
Yeah, thank you. We're ready to hear it. We're hopeful to hear in complete closings tonight. It seems like the jury wants to keep going. And we're prepared to stay and listen attentively and I guess then do charge in the morning.
That's the position of Greg McMichael as well. They do seem to want to continue on, and you said they've been very actively engaged in wanting to keep this process moving.
I watched 12 through that. 12 seemed actually quite attentive.
Yes, agreed.
Agreed. All right, I'm going to, unless there's an objection, I might find out if there are any conflicts or issues with them knowing that there are 2 hours potentially of argument and that they won't get the case tonight because the court is going to charge them tomorrow. Okay. Anybody have any objection?
No objection to inquiring what the jury wants to do.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to break then. Let me break and we'll make that inquiry. I'll notify counsel of the result of that inquiry.
There's still a break. Quiet in the stream. Shit. I'll probably start another one for the end of this, but let's see, might. I don't know. Fuck it. I'll see. I'll think about it. I have to do something.
Bright fried potatoes. Tight, yeah.
Thanks again.
Hey, thank you. I don't know who you are yet, though. Barbara. Thanks, Barbara. Thank you. Then now the first dono. Is it the first dono? Oh man, dude, what the heck, dude? I thought I turned that down. Where's that second dono? Oh my gosh, I'm tired. Hope you're having a great day, Barbara. Oh, they're coming back. They're coming back. If y'all trying to watch it, they're back now. So go on in there. Here's the link. Swing. See ya. See you later. Hey, it's okay. Gotta hurry. Oh, it was on Streamlabs. That's why I gotta add that. Oh, thanks, Barbara. That's sweet of you. Oh, we're good. Now we're good. Well, I slacked. I'm running close now. Alright, Barbara. I'm nervous. Oh, I got 5 minutes. I gotta go. I gotta go update copyrighted music. Sure. Hey, to shout out the top 10 stream legends of the day so far. Number 1, Barbara, 65 points, the $10 dono. Thank you, Barbara. Carol, the Tiger Lady. Hey, hold on, how much? I gotta refresh. I forgot to refresh. Right then, alright. Everybody else is on the time side of the game. Time and talking. That's how everybody else got on this list. So, thank you all for your time. We got number 2, Carol the Tiger Lady. Number 3, Mr. 9. Thank you, 3, the top 3. You get your medals. I gave you medals, so you take care of those. The rest of the crowd is number 4, Jim S. Number 5, Jessica. Number 6, Reboot Portland. Number 7, Leonard 8.2. Number 8, Mr. Wild Bill 47. Number 9, Michael C. Number 10, FBI Records. Hey, hang in there, Juno Fast. We're here if you need us. I know there's people in the Discord that care. I care. You know, people care. Black Lives Matter Live. I'm getting off right now. Hey, I can go check out. We're on YouTube, man. There's people looking at Facebook. Are they? Are you? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. I gotta go. Hey. Appreciate you guys. I gotta go. Shout out to the new sub, Shane187. And who else might have subbed? Who else might have liked all the likes? All the everything. You guys are awesome. Hope to see you again later. I should be on a little bit later. Covering something. Maybe. Peace out, Michael C. Take it easy, dude. Everybody else. To 9. See, if I didn't have to go so quickly, I'd shout everybody out. There you go. I was here. I gotta go. Let's see where we're at. Oh shit. I got 50 seconds. See you later, guys. Sorry. I say, Gene. Everybody else. Take it easy. 10 times. I go. Yo.